a banquet hall. We have a number of banquet halls, I think, in all of our districts, and you know that by their nature, they do draw a lot of people for a specific period of time. So not in any way objecting to the variance request, which has already been granted by planning, but just always curious, like, you know, how many, also, you know, if I'm planning an event, how many people can I have there, right? So in your conversations with the building owners, do you have any sense of how large an event they're hoping to have?
Yeah, I get the sense we could probably see somewhere between 50 and 100 folks. And I would also say that the property is owned by a very responsible business owner on that corridor. And so they've had lots of conversations with folks in the community. As you know, in many neighborhoods, there are concerns around raucous parties and events, but fortunately, they have a good working relationship with the neighboring community, so that should be good. But my understanding is about 50 to 100.
Yes, I really appreciate Councilman Bullock. It's a really handsome property. I think that everything looks great. Thank you for bringing it to us.
As we can all hear, Councilman Parker is already planning his next event.
There you go.
On the west side. Cool. We have no public testimony for this. I heard that we should find facts, so I'd like to say there's a finding of facts that the variance requested has been approved administratively in advance of this by the planning director. So I make a motion that we find this as fact. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. All in favor of adopting this as finding of fact, say aye. 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 All opposed, say nay. Abstain. None. Great. The finding of fact are adopted by the committee and will be recommended to the council. With the bill, if we voted favorable right now, Councilman Bullock, would you like to move this bill favorable?
Yes, sir. I would like to move this bill favorable.
Great. Julianne, call the roll, please.
Dorsey?
Yes.
Middleton?
Yes.
Parker? Yes. Gray? Bullock?
Yes.
Blanchard?
Yes.
Great. The bill will be recommended favorable to the full council at its next meeting on Monday. We're finished with Bullock's bills. Great. We are going to do 3 bills from the administration here. I got 3. I got 20, I got 84, 85, and 86. We'll start with 84. 250084 City Streets closing a 6-foot portion of West Saratoga Street and an alley 10.67 feet wide, bounded by Pearl Street, West Saratoga Street, and North Green Street. The administration like to represent the bill?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tyler Schnell. I'm Deputy Director of Government Relations for Mayor Scott. This bill is pretty straightforward. As you said, it closes the street. The University of Maryland, Baltimore owns the abutting properties and intends to consolidate this block. Their near-term plans point to the development of some plant fields with potential for larger scale redevelopment in the long term.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the administration? Great, we will hear from our agency reports. Department of Finance.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Gabriel Stewart-Zykowitz here for the Department of Finance. The Department of Finance does not oppose this legislation. We do not anticipate a significant financial impact.
Great, thank you. Department of Transportation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Christian McNeil representing DOT. We stand by our favorable bill report.
Thank you. Planning Commission will review this in the commission on October 9th, but I will note here that this bill was introduced on July 21st, and so the required 60 days for Planning Commission to hold its hearing has passed already. So we are within our within our scope here to be able to move this bill without a Planning Commission report. I don't think that there's any concern about this. Is there a Planning Commission, Planning Department recommendation to the Planning Commission?
Not for this bill. For the companion bill, interestingly, it was referred to both the Planning Department and Commission.
Okay.
I think that was just an administrative oversight, so we can discuss that in the next bill if you would prefer. We don't have any concerns as a department. There's a small alley that is between former lots that will be removed, and the 6-foot strip of West Saratoga Street as it sits today, is already appearing as if it were part of the property. It's within the curb line, it's already fenced off. So this will basically allow them to square off because the two property boundaries are not parallel. So I don't think that anyone would even know that this action happened once it's approved, but it will allow the consolidation of the parcels. So as a department, we have no concerns.
Great. Does the administration have something to add?
No, that was for 85, right?
These two bills are the same.
Oh, got it. Okay.
One is the
Perfect.
street closing and the other is the sale of property, same parcel. Okay, any questions for the agencies? Is there any public testimony on this bill? Okay, seeing as how we are past the Planning Commission 60-day period and that there doesn't seem to be any objection to this, I will move this bill favorable. Is there a second?
Second.
Great, it's moved and seconded. Julianne, let's call the roll on this.
Dorsey,
Yes.
Middleton,
Middleton.
Parker,
84, hang on a second. Middleton?
Yes.
Gray. Yes. Bullock. Yes. Blanchard.
Yes.
Great, the bill is voted favorable and will be recommended as such to the full city council on its next meeting on Monday. Bill 250085, sale of property, section of West Saratoga Street bounded by Pearl Street, West Saratoga Street, and North Green Street. This is the same property we just discussed in the previous bill. And this is approving the sale of that bill. Anything from the administration?
No, Mr. Chair, it's just a routine sale of property bill. A lot of those properties are owned by the state.
Great. For good measure, any questions for the administration? None? Okay, we'll do the agency reports. Again, finance.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Gabriel Stewart-Zykowitz for the Department of Finance. The Department of Finance supports this bill. We anticipate minimal fiscal impact. Any funds from the sale would be deposited into the surplus property fund. This fund is used to maintain surplus city property and can be used to cover real estate transaction-related expenses. The sale is also expected to facilitate potential development in the area as well, and over the long term will help promote job growth and increase tax revenue for the city.
Great, thank you. Planning Commission, Planning Department.
Planning Department has no objection to this. Planning Commission will take it up if required on its next meeting on October 9th.
Okay, thank you. Department of Real Estate. We did not receive a report. Any questions for any of our agencies here? Great. Any public testimony on this bill? Okay, I will move the bill favorable. Is there a second?
Second.
Julianne, let's call the roll.
Dorsey,
Yes.
Middleton,
Yes.
Parker. Yes. Gray. Yes. Bullock. Yes. Blanchard.
Yes.
Great, the bill will be recommended favorable to the full council at its next meeting on Monday. Bill 250086, City Streets Closing a portion of North Chapel Street. This is another bill from the Department of Transportation, administration bill.
It's an admin bill.
Yeah, I'll take it. Tyler Chanella, Mayor's Office. Thanks, Mr. Chair. This is another pretty straightforward one again. Johns Hopkins has requested this closure in order to consolidate the adjacent properties as part of their ongoing redevelopment work in East Baltimore.
Okay. Any questions for the administration on this? Okay, we'll do bill reports. We'll hear from Department of Finance.
Good afternoon, getting ahead of myself. Good morning, Gabriel Stewart-Zykowitz for the Department of Finance. The Department of Finance does not oppose this legislation, and we do not anticipate a fiscal impact.
Great, thank you. Transportation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Christian McNeil, Department of Transportation. We stand by our favorable bill report.
Great, thank you. Planning Commission.
The Planning Commission previously made a finding that there's no further public need for this roadbed, and I believe it was August of 2023. And so they reviewed this bill in their consent agenda of September 18th and recommend approval.
Great, thank you. Any questions for any of these agencies from the committee? Just a question, should we expect there to also be a sale of property, Bill? Is Hopkins going to buy this property? We're closing it. Okay, great. Do we have any public testimony on this? We don't know, but I'm Caroline Hecker, yes.
I didn't sign in to testify, but Caroline Hecker, Rosenberg Martin, on behalf of Johns Hopkins, I can answer your question. When we ran title to the bed of Chapel Street, we discovered that Johns Hopkins owns it, actually. They own the two properties on either side of it, and their title carries forward to the center line of the street. So there's no need for a sales ordinance.
They already own it.
They already own it.
But, okay,
Yeah.
got it. Any questions? Great. Is there a motion to approve the bill? To recommend the bill favorable? Great, it's been moved and we will take a roll call.
Dorsey?
Yes.
Middleton?
Yes.
Parker? Yes. Gray? Yes. Bullock? Yes. Blanchard?
Yes.
Great. We have gone through all the items on our agenda. I would like to take a 5-minute recess here, have a little conversation with Councilman Blanchard and Caroline, and come back here in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're back just so that I can say we're out. We're going to recess on Council Bill 250082, which we heard earlier in our session here today. After conferring with the law department, we want to give them time to review the amendments. I will note that we have other bills that I am going to be announcing hearings for October 30th, and some of which we still need to give that ample time for agency reports to come in and such. But the applicant for 250082 has a timeline. This needs to get done, and they have made a request that we have a voting session on this prior to the council's October 21st council meeting. And so I'm going to try, just so everybody here is aware, I'm going to try to fit in a voting session for this bill before that council meeting so that I can report it out on the 21st. And we're going to get everything about this settled before then. The 20th? Okay. I guess it's the 20th. In any case, yes. I want to just make sure everybody's aware that despite other bills that are going to come after that, I do want to fit this into an agenda, so I'll probably be calling a committee hearing for the Thursday before that. Okay? We're in committee's finished its business today. We're in recess. Thanks.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Public Safety Committee. My name is Mark Conway, Chair of the committee and representative of the 4th District. Today I'm joined by members of the committee, Vice Chair Zach Blanchard of the 11th District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Paris Gray of the 8th District. Representing the Mayor's office, I don't see Tyler around, but I'll get around to him. And for committee staff, we have here Ethan Navarre. Today we are having a meeting to discuss LO 25-0005, Legislative Oversight, Crime Reduction and Violence Prevention, for the purpose of holding regular hearings with the Police Department, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and other agencies to monitor the progress of the city's crime reduction and violence prevention efforts. Today we're going to be specifically focusing on returning citizens after having a brief preview of general crime metrics across the city. I'll say, generally how we handle these hearings. We get an overall look of crime across the city before diving into a particular topic. So we've got visitors here from from DPSCS. So I appreciate you guys for making the not so long trek to come visit us today, and really look forward to hearing your insights on issues around returning citizens. We also have other special guests here, Harold Bailey and a couple of other nonprofit partners that are here to help us think about how we can support returning citizens. But first, I want to hand off to the police department to walk us through their presentation, which will talk about general crime metrics. Commissioner, floor is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a real brief preempt. I will have to leave almost as soon as my presentation is done. I got an emergency dental surgery. So I'd rather stay, but unfortunately. So I'm gonna go with our clearance rate starting off. First of all, before I even get to that, you're gonna see a lot of really positive numbers today. That goes to the hard work of the men and women of the BPD, along with all our other state, federal, and city agencies, but most importantly to the community who actually is reaching out and giving us assistance. None of the stuff that we accomplish would we be able to do by ourselves if it wasn't for all the great partnerships of everybody working together to make the city safer. So as you'll see, our homicide clearance rate, 60%. You can see as you go down, as we go down, every single clearance rate is higher than the previous year. And most of them, if not all of them, are above the national average. Our homicide rates, you can see, have gone up 50% since, well, 30% to 60%. Basically a complete huge increase compared to where we were. Now we're above the national average. And that goes to the great work of the homicide detectives, but it also goes to the fact that we have less homicides. So that's helping our detectives. The more time they have, you can see what they do when they have the time to investigate the murders. But every category is down. Every category is up. Burglaries, this is a huge win that we don't look at or we don't talk about a whole lot. The national average is 14%. We are almost double the national average. And we had a huge focus on that because a lot of people, when they say they're moving out of the city or they don't want to be in the city, those are some of the things that they talk about mainly are the property crimes, the stolen autos, the burglaries. So you'll see our stolen auto numbers are down when we get to those numbers, but the clearance rates are a huge win, and that goes back to the support of the community who's reaching out and helping us. Then on the next slide, you'll see something that has increased significantly as well as our narcotics violations. Went from 1,341 to 1,534 this year, and some quality investigations, one of which I think is going to come out today or tomorrow, or maybe came out yesterday, about a cooperation with us, Delaware State Police, Maryland State Police, Baltimore County, all work together. But you'll see those, our handgun violations have gone down a little bit, not significantly, not as much to worry about, but I think that is simply because there's so many things going on in the city that we have our resources tied to a lot of different major events that have gone on in the city and represented the city well. Everything else is pretty close. The murder one is down, but we have less murders than we had last year. So a lot of positive stats here. And then you go to gun-related crimes. Even though our gun are down 4%, we've made almost 1,000 gun arrests in patrol already this year, and over 1,000 total. And you can see each district, huge differences you'll see in the Southwest has made a huge increase. Central is still number one. Even though they're down slightly, they still have a lot more guns than almost every other district in the city. But even those will pick up a match last year. But I go to the fact that we're taking more and more guns off the street, the legislation against the ghost manufacturers, and all the other great work that's being done by us and all of our partners. Then you go to homicides by district. Almost every single district is down compared to last year. Right now, we're sitting at 98 compared to 141. That's as of today. And you'll see just 2 years ago, we were at 200 compared to, we cut it in half. And we've set records in both April and August for the least amount of homicides for a month. April had 5, August had 7. Those numbers had never been even come close to since they started keeping the numbers in 1970. And at our shootings, the big difference there you'll see from 25 to 23, again, more than cut that in half for the non-fatal shootings. Then we go on to robberies by district. This is one that it's also come down significantly because of our clearance rates. We've reorganized our criminal investigation division a little bit. Citywide robbery unit, and the lieutenant is doing, and all the sergeants and detectives doing a phenomenal job. We hear it every single day on the crime call. It's all the coordination and all the intel that's sharing on a real-time basis that's helping us to reduce the amount of robberies. And then you see we go to felony CDS, over 900 felony CDS arrests this year compared to 840 last year. And then next you have the misdemeanor, which are also up by over 100 from year to year. Some districts significantly, the Southeast up significantly. Everybody else is right about the same or a little bit higher. Central's up over 100. Then we jump to the domestic and youth violence. You'll see both of these are headed in the right direction. Really happy with almost every category that we're showing you here today. We still have a lot of work to do, even though these numbers are down. They're still higher than we want them to be. We want to continue to drive the numbers down to a point that we'll never be satisfied and we'll never reach zero, but we want to get as close to that as possible. And you see just the next one, it just shows our CAD proactivity. And you'll see the traffic, the amount of traffic stops that we've made. They're going to come up on the very next slide as something that not a lot of people pay attention to, but is a huge win for BPD. And then we can jump to the next slide, which is traffic fatalities. I think we'll all agree when COVID hit, a lot of people just forgot how to drive or just decided they wanted to drive the way they wanted. And we started having more and more fatal accidents. Last year, we had a total of 40 fatal accidents. This year, we're at 22, which is down 43%. And that goes back to the traffic initiative we started last year, where we concentrated on a lot of different issues that we're having. Number one, speed, and just everything that was happening that was causing these fatalities. And now we're going to move down to even some other minor things with the scooters and mopeds and all those other small vehicles that seem to think they can go in and out of traffic without any repercussions. And then the last slide is recruitment. This is an area where we're making huge advances, 153 new recruits in 2025. The classes that we have coming out are larger. And the next class that's going to go to field training has over 40 officers in it. We're going to run 5 classes in 2025, 5 more classes in 2026. The hope is that we can get to the point where we are winning each year. And the good thing is that with our contract, and the officers got a raise, it's keeping the officers here as well, so we're not losing as many. We have incentives for officers, relocation to Baltimore City incentive. We're doing take-home vehicles for certain officers who have training in crisis intervention and FTO. They live in the city, they take it home. If they don't live in the city, then they keep the car is theirs. And then something that we're doing, we've got 17 cadets hired compared to 6 in 2024. And we have, I think, 90 junior cadets. But with that, I will turn it over to Lisa Reynolds. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Reynolds. I am Chief of Youth and Community Partnerships at Baltimore Police Department. On this slide, we are showing the year-to-date arrests up until 9/15/25. One of the things I want to significantly point out here is that in 2025, through centralization of booking functions, we are now tracking paper referrals. Those are misdemeanor offenses that are arrest related for juveniles. As you can see, we're ending the year total 629 and 636. But in 2025, we actually have paper referrals in there. So juvenile arrests are down, and I think we can attribute that to a lot more communication with our partners via USTAT, with all the city agencies, working with MONSE, talking with the state's attorney when we bring in youth, requesting detention to get them able to go to court armed with the information, and also the youth of concern. We now meet weekly with DJS to go over those youth and do a case review to talk about not just what police intel we have and behaviors of youth in the community, but give DJS a chance to align their services and give them more supports and opportunities needed to keep them from committing new offenses. So I know we reported out about the Youth Advisory Board, but we've made several significant accomplishments here, so we wanted to just highlight that. Not only were we able to work with MOED this summer with the Youth Works program to get youth input and get them paid to give that input, but we now have built out a framework where we're working with ACE Academy. So instead of the youth coming to us, we're going to be going to the schools to have our advisory board meetings and work with the principal there to really get students engaged. Major Jenkins just attended the back to school night, had a lot of interest from families and youth, so we're excited to start that out. Not just work around policy, but how we can interact better with youth in the community. So, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Arnold Jenkins, major for the Youth and Community Partnerships Division. All right, so you'll see right there that we are currently at our full capacity presently. So we are looking to expand. Earlier this year, we had lower than 50 junior cadets total. At this point now, we have reached our goal. So we are starting to think about next steps at this point. So we actually still have over 20 Baltimore high schools represented, including Cristo Rey, Mervo, Mergenthaler, Patterson, ACE, Poly, and many others, including Baltimore City College. So we're trying to make sure that we reach out to as many schools as possible. Just looking at the planning for the meetings, we intend to make sure that we're focusing on a discussion curriculum that will prepare them from the step of being a junior cadet to potentially being a cadet, and then finally to becoming a police officer trainee to become an officer. So right now, we are looking to expand capacity right now, and a part of that is also planning with our various teams within BPD to make sure that we're able to accomplish this goal. All right, next slide, please. All right, so this one is really fun to talk about. I know that Councilman Blanchard, I believe you had a discussion about the Orioles last time, so we have followed up on that. So Jen Steyer, the executive assistant for the Orioles, actually at the senior leadership team, we have been in coordination with them. So I'm actually going to include them on a meeting with Miss Phil over at Parks and Rec from Towanda, and also the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation. So it's really good to see, you know, that everybody works really well together. Otherwise, I know that the Orioles and the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation are already partnering on STEM centers, and I think they actually just unveiled a recent one. The great thing about this program too is not only the summer camp, which was out in Aberdeen, it allowed myself, 3 sergeants, 6 officers, 2 professional members, one of whom was actually from the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention and Policy, to participate in the mentoring program. Badges for Baseball is really all about making sure that we're focusing on sportsmanship, leadership, communication, teamwork, everything that you really need to make sure that you're doing a good job, and just about everything, frankly. So it's more than just about baseball, it's about life. So that's really why it's so important for mentoring and making sure that people also know what happens, or how to deal with maybe like a defeat or a loss, for example, and how to move forward beyond that and achieve what they need to achieve. So really great program. The summer camp itself was actually out at Aberdeen at, I believe it's a 3/4 scale version of Camden Yards, which is pretty cool. They were able to play softball, badges for baseball games with the kids, and meet other partners as well. Towanda was a really good initiative too. We were able to actually get input from our NCO officers, neighborhood coordination officers over in the Northwest and also the Northern District. So I want to thank both Major Saunders and Major Yorkovic for allowing that partnership between the two districts. Towanda is right on the boundary of both the Northern and the Northwest District. So both districts were able to adopt a rec center. They were able to send officers to the location 1 week, and then the next district would send officers to the location the following week to make sure that we had the available capacity in order to participate. So that ran from July 14th until August 18th. Currently, of course, in a couple of days, actually, we have our meeting that was scheduled with the Orioles, Cal Ripken Senior Foundation, and us to see how we can continue this. It looks like, based upon how everything is going so far, the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation has been successful in achieving their goal that we were able to support as far as obtaining their application for funds to support a coordinator. So now we are actually going to have that meeting, and things are progressing. Just an example of the flyer that is on the page up there for you. That is something that one of our NCO officers put together. And so far, it's been a great program. But I did want to just give you a follow-up on your question about the Orioles connection as well. That's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conley.
I'll open the floor to questions. This will be the first half of the meeting, and then after this, we'll have an opportunity to hear from some of the other folks on returning citizens. I'll start with one of my own. I noted that there was I'll say this, things continue to look really, really great. Continue to see crime trending down, even though it's already the low it's been on record, I think is really remarkable. And I think I will continue to take my hat off. I don't have one on now, but to the hard work that you guys continue to do. And I think as we continue to drive the crime rate down and to put together the systems that help us be an effective and efficient and dynamic police department, I'm still going to continue to push us to find ways to be better. But I will say it is really encouraging to see the progress that we've made. And so I want to thank you, Commissioner, for the work that you and your team, your executive team are doing. I appreciate all the hard work you guys are putting in. I wanted to turn over to the clearance chart. This is, I think, the second or third slide. We had some pretty good metrics here, noting pretty good clearance rates, which is great. I mean, this is what we've been pushing for a very long time. So kudos on the great work here. I'll always ask this question because when we do things wrong or things don't seem to be going well, we always ask why. But I think it's just as important, if not more important, to understand when things are going well, why. So I'll pose that question to you, Commissioner, or any of the folks that can help us understand. What are we seeing here with the clearance rates? Why are they so good? And to that effect, what more can we do to further make sure we're doing a better job closing cases?
What I think mainly is, I mean, I'd be remiss if I didn't give a lot of the credit to the men and women of the BPD, but again, we can't do it alone. It's all of our partnerships that are all working together to make Baltimore safer. But I think the biggest key is that we are starting to win back the community. And I think we're getting more and more tips from the community. They're starting to trust us a little more because we've shown that we've been able to both lower crime rates and basically restore public safety and confidence in the department and reform a police department at the same time. But this is what happens when you start to see as well, with a lot of the crime categories are down, which means there's less cases, which means our detectives have more time to spend on the cases, which allows them to get better quality investigations. And then we reorganized a couple different times, different things, and I think right now we are about where we want to be with everything. We streamlined at our intelligence. All our criminal investigation division is all under one, and I think we have everybody in the right seats, and they're all working together with all of our partners to make Baltimore safer. And I think it's just teamwork. Nobody can do it alone. State's Attorney, BPD, MONSE, all the city agencies, and then we've got, now you see the last couple weekends, we've had help from state police. And we've always got school police, sheriff's office, and all of our federal partners that are here doing their investigation. So it's a complete team effort that's accomplishing the goal.
I appreciate that. I think you said this time and time again, and I would agree 100% that the relationships and trust that the department has in the community is in part why we can continue not only to have low crime rates, but to continue to drive them down as people, as we continue to rebuild that relationship and build that trust. It's really, really, really important. And it makes me think about the consent decree and our effort to fully implement the consent decree. There's still a lot of work for us to do, and we know that. Other reports have come out saying that we still have work to do, but I do see some of those benefits. I'd be very curious, and I know you could not share this here, but what data we have to the number of folks that have been helpful in cases, whether informants or otherwise, but it is helpful to know that we're getting more of that cooperation, which allows us to close these cases and get some of the certainly violent folks off the streets. Is a really, really important part of the equipment that we need to succeed. So the other question that I had, speaking of the consent decree, there's a chart around proactivity, which is it's slide 11, that just kind of gives a sense of proactive business checks, foot patrol, traffic enforcement, and bike patrol in each respective district. I think this is helpful. It would be helpful to see how this is changing relative to previous years. I know one of the requirements in the consent decree is, I think, to get to, was it 40% of officers' time to be proactive work, whether it's foot patrol or business checks. I'd be very curious to that end, how close we are to getting there. And I don't know if you know this anecdotally or off the top of your head, but by way of officer time, how close are we getting to that, I think, 40% goal?
Yeah,
What's the goal first?
I don't think we're real close yet. I think
Okay.
we're probably in the 20s if I had to guess.
Okay.
And that's still, that is mainly because of the shortage in officers. We're still over almost 500 officers short. The majority of those are a good portion of those are in patrol. So lots of times we still have 20 to 25% of our officers working patrol almost every day or on an overtime basis or a drafting basis where we're forcing them to work. We're trying to get away from that. We've done a really good job with that. But as we get more and more officers coming out of the academy at quicker, bigger classes, you'll see that start to go down. And then the fact that we have other ways to handle calls through 311, you can go online. We have the telephone reporting unit. So we're doing a lot of things to try to keep our officers free to be able to do the proactivity that we want them to do. So we'll get there, I think.
You know, to the PC's point, I think one of the hardest things that we're still trying to muddle our way through is how do we effectively track proactivity and community engagement, right? So, you know, we're limited to specific CAD entries of what the officers are doing. So they can be out doing something proactively, and if they don't document it through CAD, it's never going to be captured. Because sometimes it's just me being me and interacting with the child and fixing a bike or doing something, and they never get on the radio because they're on foot or they're on a business checks, but they don't stop that to say, but I also did this. So it's about us educating the officers of when it does transition, when it changes, making sure you document that. So that's one of the things we also trying to tweak as well.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I think this is probably, I don't know how long we've been tracking proactivity, but I would imagine it is pretty tricky to track. That said, I think probably one of the things that would be helpful is tracking the negative. Like if we know that someone is on calls and responding to calls 80% of the time, there's only a 20% availability for proactivity. So at best, if 100% of their otherwise time, they're using it for proactivity, the best it could be is 20%. So yeah, I think that's a helpful metric. I think, you know, part of the reason why I think proactivity is really, really important is because often what I'll hear from, and we perennially hear this from constituents, is concerns about getting officers out there in the community. That sort of like community policing component, like building those relationships, and to what we just said, Commissioner, building those relationships. They want to see the officers that walk the beat, get out of their cars, and we're always trying to find ways to do that. I think the proactivity piece is going to be however we measure it, if it's the way that we have it here in this chart or the negative, when they're not on calls, we assume that they're doing proactive work or paperwork. I think is going to be pretty important for us. But yeah. All right, I'm going to turn over to my committee members. Any questions? Go for it.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this the first time y'all have shown the traffic fatalities? Is that slide normally on there? That's, yes, it is. It's a new one?
Yes, it is a new
Okay,
slide.
yeah, cool. That,
It's a very good suggestion by Lieutenant Colonel Carrell back there, where the commissioners talked about it in ComStat, but we decided to include it.
yeah. I appreciate you having it on there. Just maybe as an aside, I'd love to get a meeting with whoever runs the AIU and just understand how that works. And obviously there's a BPD component of this, and there's also a DOT component of this, and just understanding how we're creating just because the person who killed you with the car didn't mean to kill you with the car doesn't mean it's not a tragedy. And making sure that we're focused on that as well is really important. So, moving on, the side note, and thank you, Major Arnold, for the Badgers baseball update. Very cool. Definitely need to get up there for next summer's camp. See what you got going on. So I want to talk about the recruitment and the cadets and the junior cadets program. This might be for the major, but so just so I'm understanding it, so a cadet they are under 21, and so I guess what does a cadet do, and how do they become or not become a trainee?
So to answer that question, sir, so let me see. We have the cadet program, which is going to be between 18 and 20 and a half. That is a paid position. You're also going to have the junior cadet program. So that is a voluntary sign-up position. So essentially, you just fill out an application. Permission from parents are required, of course, for the junior cadets. When you actually get into the cadet program itself, part of why it's so good is that you will do 2.5 years as a cadet before you become a trainee, which takes time off of your retirement as well too, which allows you to retire within 22.5 years. So that is a positive aspect of signing up to be a cadet. They start around $31,000 roughly, and then of course starting police officer salary once you get to that point is around $74,000 at this point.
Okay. So you mentioned cadets, junior cadets. So the junior cadet program is a voluntary thing, and so they can once they graduate from high school, they can then become cadets?
Correct. So they do have to apply for it. So the difference being that once you're a junior cadet, you're having more exposure to the police department, you have better understanding of practices, culture, that kind of thing. It allows you to explore different things like forensics, for example, community policing. In some cases, some of the activities that they've done as well have included, for example, a turkey giveaway or just going to a community meeting, that kind of thing, to show the interaction and partnerships between the police department and the community. We've also done other things such as, I think, ice skating, for example, Johns Hopkins, various different things too. Just trying to integrate fun activities to keep people interested too. But it also allows them the opportunity to see things like Foxtrot or helicopter over at the hangar. Just things that are captivating and actually provide useful information so that they're better prepared when they choose to go into the cadet program, for example.
And do you have any sense of the number of cadets that were junior cadets? Like, what does that pipeline look like?
So it's low, I'll say that. We do have an example of someone recently who actually went through the Patterson High School Public Safety Program. He started out as a junior cadet, or as an explorer rather, when they were still called that. And then he actually became a cadet, and then became, in fact, a police officer recently. So he actually just went through a training academy. So if he hasn't graduated already, he will now. But it's actually a relatively rare thing. So we are seeing progress in that this is the first story that we have to tell in a long time, frankly. So we are seeing positive momentum.
Okay. Yeah, that's good to know, and I'm sure the junior cadet program has a bunch of good things that are happening that, you know, are good activities that still apply even if you don't end up becoming a cadet afterwards. But obviously going back to this whole idea of having, you know, pipelines into career readiness from city schools, and also making sure that our sworn officers have a, you know, we've got a good representation from people who grew up in the community as well. That's certainly something that I'd be interested in learning more about, what can be done to strengthen the pipeline aspect of the program.
Absolutely. So part of what we're doing right now is, as we get our youth advisory board off the ground, frankly, we've been more involved with schools and really partnering with not only principals, but also the educators themselves and teachers is really important. When we actually hosted the table over at ACE Academy recently, I had people asking me about becoming a police officer. I had people asking me about the cadet program, youth advisory board too. But they're all really integrated, because when you start at that level, you're seeing a lot of interest in different things that fit different needs for different people.
Sure.
So that is a really good thing.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Manager. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Gray?
And as a point of focus, I also wanted to mention the apprenticeship program as well. I don't know exactly where that falls into the cadet program, but I just wanted to ensure that we are still maintaining the apprenticeship program. So if you could just speak a little bit about that, please.
Yes, sir. So I will say that recruitment is going to have a component of that question too. For what I can speak on with the public safety apprenticeship program, something that we did with specifically our youth workers was we actually involved them in a youth advisory board. So we did discuss topics like 2015 civil unrest. That was something that we went over. Something else that we're going to be discussing during these youth advisory boards is also going to be police policy as well, because we do want young people to give us feedback on these policies so we can better adapt them to make sure that they're suited to the communities that we are serving.
And so the apprenticeship program is just doing youth works?
So it's a combination, really. So we have the component with the junior cadets. I think it's a part of that entire bill, the recent law. So you're gonna have the recruitment aspect of it. You're gonna have also junior cadets. You're also gonna additionally, beyond that, be looking at the breakdown of who is actually in each group for the junior cadets too. So we took a look at that, and we're able to try and make sure it's gonna be as diverse as possible too, by reaching out to many different schools. Just looking at the program too, overall, it's a good opportunity just to make sure that we're reaching out not only for the junior cadet program, police officers, youth advisory board, and just building relationships, frankly.
Yep, and I love everything I'm hearing. I just want to ensure that the purpose of the apprenticeship program is to, as you guys are doing with the junior cadet, is to funnel our youth into the police department in whatever capacity they would like, whether it's patrol, whether it's in the office.
Yes.
And so just ensuring that the intent of what the bill was is still being, there's still a follow through with it.
Correct. So I do know from recruitment's response that I have knowledge of, I believe that they have been assisting with getting cadets' driver's licenses so they can actually be prepared once they're ready to become police officers. So that has actually been a part of the program. I think Major Johnson kicked that off initially, but it's continuing as well. So trying to make things more accessible to people, removing barriers and obstacles is a key highlight, something that we're trying to do as well. But that's something that we're focusing on too, sir. Thank you.
To the Major's point, he's correct. So it's the driver's license for free, credits towards college, tuition support, and assist them in learning the newest and latest technology. So yes.
If I can make a request on behalf of the committee in light of some of the questions around the youth program, I know there are some still difficulties that we're trying to work out, recruiting folks, keeping them in the program, making sure they have the proper supports. I think it'd be helpful if you guys can just give an update on that piece as well. Like, how is it going so far? Where are we seeing pain points? And if you have recommendations on how we might either change the program or better support young people that are being considered in the program. Because I think we all want to see this program not only exist, but truly succeed and help recruit young people that eventually become officers within our department. So yeah, if for Councilman, I know this was something that I know you worked on before coming on the council, and probably something you probably still want to follow up on. What might be an appropriate time? We say 30 days? Yeah. All right, so in the next month, if we can maybe have an update on how the program's going, I think that'd be helpful.
Yes, Mr. Conway. If I may, just to add something additional, I believe with regards to the public safety apprenticeship program, if you're also potentially talking about the Patterson High School program that we have, which is public safety based, that was something that our officer Cromer really got off the ground, frankly, along with the fire department. So making sure that we have a presence within schools, so that there is a track actually within some high schools for public safety in particular. That was an important part of why Patterson was involved in that process.
Yeah, and the program's been running for about 2 years now, or we passed the bill maybe 2 years ago, but it's been running for maybe a year. Is that right?
So I believe the program itself that I'm referring to might be different, but it's related, if that makes sense. So it is a school program, but it's not specifically within the bill that you're describing, I believe.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions? I got one more before I forget. We talked a little bit, Councilman Blanchard asked a question around the traffic fatalities, and it made me think about traffic enforcement and if we've seen any change in traffic enforcement that may have played a role in the fatalities or even reckless driving throughout the city. You guys know just as well as everybody else knows here, sometimes we have folks who just completely ignore traffic laws, especially folks who tend to have Virginia tags. I know this is an issue that they're working on in Annapolis, but I know it's something we continue to see around the city. I'm curious, have we done anything around traffic enforcement that is new or different? And has that maybe changed any behavior?
Yes, sir. So initially, since COVID, we did department-wide, we instituted a fatal crash reduction team that was focusing on specific.
Can you speak into the mic?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We since COVID, when we realized the increase in fatalities, we created a fatal crash reduction team. Once we applied them to specific areas where we were seeing a lot of density for this, and they would redeploy as necessary. We've seen this reduction. Thus, we've transitioned that team to some other areas where we're doing traffic enforcement. So it's still a redeployment and a focus of our motors unit, of our traffic unit, to focus on these things. I'll pass it to Colonel Lee for his specifics since he oversees that, but it's always on our radar. But since we've seen that reduction, the request for them and the training for them and their need has definitely changed based on what we're seeing in the change in reduction in fatalities.
For the record, Ryan Lee, Chief of Patrol. Not only are we taking dedicated traffic resources, using data to focus them, as well as including community complaints to focus them into prime areas, we're also emphasizing traffic as a primary mechanism of community contact and enforcement for the entire patrol division. So all 9 districts, that's an emphasized effort for contact. They're on top of contacting numerous individuals of the community in prime areas where we're not just seeing traffic-related problems, but criminal-related activity and the benefits from that. We're seeing significant reductions in fatal crashes in the city. I don't want to misquote the number, it eludes me, but it's in the 40% plus reduction range year to date for fatalities from last year this time. Traffic enforcement is one of the few things in policing that we know by increasing enforcement and education, we actually see significant reductions. So we're seeing less significant injury crashes, less fatal crashes with a focused effort on it. We're exploring new options to expand our ability to do more directed traffic enforcement as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's good to see the fatalities go down. It's, to your point, fatalities have gone down 43.2%, which is great, great news. And I think we still have, regardless of the fatalities, this sort of reckless driving and just complete disregard of speed limits, stop signs, red lights, U-turns, you call it. They're out there doing it, and I see it all the time. And I really worry that I'm going to be going through a green light one day and someone's blowing through a red light, and that could be really tragic. So, I really wonder what more we can do. If there's anything more comprehensive, certainly there's considerations at the legal level in Annapolis around Virginia tags. Every single time that this has happened, it's been a car with a Virginia tag that I've seen, which is just insane, because I would expect that in Maryland we'd see more Maryland tag cars doing some of this stuff, but that's not what I see. It's the Virginia tags time and time and time again. I would probably say we all see it. It's a lot. So I'm curious what we can do, either how the council can support, whether it's advocating for something here at the local level or potentially at the state level that might help us be more effective in addressing that issue, and just generally traffic issues throughout the city, because I think there's a perception that unless there's like a camera there, you're probably going to get away with whatever you do while driving. So, just something, I've spoken to a lot of fathers who have children and worry about their kids on sidewalks, not in the street, but on sidewalks, in part because of some of the speeding and reckless driving that we see around the city. So this is an issue that we've been dealing with for a really long time, and I don't think it's going to go away easily, but I do think something's got to change, and I'm not sure where it changes. So maybe it's something we can discuss and look at our options. We're not going to solve it here, but it's a frustrating point, I would say, for a lot of folks. So.
Well, I can help a little bit too, is because what happened is Virginia didn't do us any favors. Virginia was just handing out tags without any Virginia address. Yeah. So we have Maryland residents with Virginia tags, but we put out some guidance last month about the requirements when you have a Virginia tag. Mm-hmm. We'll start doing, I'm not going to tell you what we're going to do because our officers are going to do it. And if the Virginia tag shouldn't be on the car, or there's a Maryland tag that should have been on the car, we have avenues to abate that. But I think Virginia has stopped that now, but there's so many Virginia tags in the city. So every time we see a problem like that, you're also going to see more and more. We started this a couple years ago, just pushing more and more vehicle stops, because as we increase the numbers, we're going to start pulling over more of those problem drivers and getting them off the street. But now a lot of the emphasis that I'd like to see our focus on, quite honestly, are these mopeds, scooters, that just seem to think they can drive in and out of traffic without any, there are laws that they have to obey as well. And we put guidance out for that, and you'll start to see we've had several car stops where we've gotten handguns out of, or vehicle stops from people on mopeds, dirt bikes. So that is the biggest push for us is vehicle stops. And we have, we're going to be having within the next month, we'll have a traffic officer in each district. That will be their sole function each day, is to do traffic stops.
That's good to hear. I think we'll continue these kind of conversations on traffic. I think it's a tricky problem because it's everywhere all the time, and you can't possibly be everywhere all the time. But happy to hear that we're putting a focus on this in respective districts. All right, any further questions for the police department? I understand that the commissioner's got to run for an emergency. I want to thank you. All right, thank you, Commissioner. If you do have to go, you're welcome to. I know we're going to have Aaron here to hold down the police department. To that end, we're going to turn over to the second half of our hearing with a focus on returning citizens. We've got some guests here today, DPSCS and Parole and Probation. We've got folks from Prepare joining us virtually, and we've got a good friend of mine, Harold Bailey, to kind of speak from his personal experience. I'm going to start off with DPSCS before we get into Monty, and I think MOED, Employment Development, will also present that. There we go. All right, so we'll start with DPSCS. And please say your name for the record, and maybe even introduce the folks who are here with you for the record.
Sure. Thank you so much. Before I begin this afternoon, I would just like to extend my wishes to all who are celebrating today, L'Shana Tova, and Happy New Year, everybody. Today I have, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about DPSCS reentry. My name is Ellen Rappaport, Executive Director of Reentry Services for DPSCS, and I also have my colleague, Assistant Secretary Garino, who is in charge of all of the data. Reentry is not just about helping someone find their footing. It's about making sure people have the tools to successfully navigate transition to the community so they do not return to prison. Equally important is the acknowledgement that the incarcerated individual's active involvement in this process is essential for their success. The goal of the reentry unit's commitment is to reduce recidivism and help people succeed in the community. At 180 days prior to release, our reentry team conducts an exit orientation interview, which includes a needs assessment to evaluate each individual's specific needs before release. Each individual is has different circumstances, and by identifying those needs early, we can work with the individual to create a specific reentry plan for them. There are critical areas the DPSCS multidisciplinary team believe are essential to making reentry effective. Not in any particular order. Community connections, meaning family, mentor, and local organizations providing support, housing, stable and affordable options, employment, job readiness, training, and partnerships with local businesses, behavioral health, access to mental health and substance use treatment, education and skills, vocational training, higher education, and GED programming. The key is starting early. Reentry preparation starts at intake and continues throughout incarceration. Providing the incarcerated individual with opportunities along the way to build skills, supports, and connections on the inside before they leave custody will give the best chance of succeeding outside in the community. Preparing individuals is only half of the equation. We must educate our community how to receive and how to support our returning citizens. I would like to share a couple of innovative ways DPSCS educates our community members. Recently, DPSCS provided a hands-on simulation held at the War Memorial in Baltimore City that guided members through a path of a returning citizen. Participants took on the role of someone just released and navigated the same challenges: obtaining vital documents, finding housing, applying for jobs, accessing treatment, and meeting supervision requirements. This builds empathy by showing how overwhelming reentry can feel while educating not only the public, but service providers and employers about real barriers the returning citizen faces. Participants reported they left with a better understanding of why reentry support matters and created momentum that strengthens new partnerships and fosters community solutions. Another innovative approach to educating community partners is that DPSCS hosts 12 to 15 resource fairs a year within the facility, statewide. Community agencies are invited inside the facility to meet directly with incarcerated individuals before release. This creates an opportunity for the incarcerated individual to meet with and leave with concrete contacts. By opening the facility doors to community partners, We help incarcerated individuals connect to jobs, housing, healthcare, mentors before release. This builds relationship and trust before returning home, creating a warm handoff to community resources. DPSCS is pleased to share that our Baltimore City partners, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the Mayor's Office of Employment Development, Department of Labor and Jobs, American Job Centers, Goodwill Industries, ROCA, Living Classrooms, Turnaround Tuesday, Baltimore City Health Department, Healthcare for the Homeless, Healthcare Access Maryland, Center for Urban Families, and so many more city partners have participated in our resource fairs, even on the Eastern Shore. And the collaboration and support of large network of the Baltimore City community provides returning individuals with connections and support needed upon release. Reentry works best when preparation inside meets opportunity outside. Together, we can ensure that returning citizens don't just go back home, they go back ready to contribute to the community, making our neighborhoods safer, our families stronger, and our city healthier. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon to share a brief overview of our reentry and work that we're doing alongside our community partners to support returning citizens in the community. I'd like to pass this off to my colleague, Assistant Secretary Garino, to review data trends and recidivism.
Good afternoon, and thank you, members of the council. My name is Angelina Garino. I'm the Assistant Secretary of Data Policy and Grants within DPSCS. And I'm here to discuss the state's recidivism rates and specifically impacts and reflections upon Baltimore City. To begin, I think it's very important to get a kind of baseline context for where this fits within the history of public safety within Maryland and those measurements. The state's definition of recidivism has changed drastically over the past 20 years, which makes historical comparison difficult, but one general trend has stayed consistent, which is that Maryland's 3-year recidivism rate has decreased steadily since 1997. Since the state fiscal year 2016, the state measures recidivism according to a 3-year timeline, which is standard within criminal justice as a longitudinal outcome, and includes 3 criteria for recidivating. That includes conviction to Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, so for a state-eligible offense, return for any reason within a 3-year period, or initiation of a probation case within the community. That last component is one that is rather unique to Maryland, but more accurately reflects the entirety of an individual's potential interaction with the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, regardless of whether or not it's preceded directly by a period of incarceration. What does that mean kind of for all of us on a day-to-day? To break it down a little more easily, for every 10 people that go home every year from a DPSCS facility, regardless of how long they were there, 3 of them will come back to touch to the department in any way, whether that's probation after a year, whether that's return for a technical revocation, or whether that's conviction for a new offense and return sentencing to DPSCS. But of those 3, only 1, on average, will come back for a new offense. So it's very important to disambiguate recidivism to really understand how it should inform our public safety strategy, that recidivating does not necessarily mean committing a new offense within our communities. So when Maryland was able to calculate recidivism again in 2016, it stood at 37.1% and has remained consistently below the national average of 39% since then. Like most other states, we saw a decrease during the COVID period due to differences in criminal justice operations, as well as just public patterns of behavior and limited movement. But that steady decrease has remained when we consider the current rates and what our normal was prior to COVID. So we did not see an increase even after the implementation of the Justice Reinvestment Act, which reduced some of those nonviolent sentences to prison. The impact of community supervision, as Director Rappaport spoke to, is really significant when it comes to the day-to-day experience of those returning from incarceration, because 74% of them on average return under some form of community supervision. So that may mean they're released on parole, or they're released with a period of mandatory supervision that could range from 30 days to 12 months. But recidivism is generally something that is driven by two primary trends that we see consistently in our data, and that's age at the time of release and the conditions under which someone was released. So recidivism is generally driven by higher rates amongst younger adults. That's not unique to Maryland or even the United States. So emerging adults, those between aged 18 and 26, have the highest recidivism rate at 43.8%, compared to 11.9% for individuals who are, say, age 65 or older at the time of release. But the other large disparity affecting rates are the conditions under which someone is released. For example, those supervision that I mentioned before. So the difference between someone who is released onto some form of community supervision, those individuals have a greater set of responsibilities in order to remain compliant than an average everyday citizen, including standards of behavior that do not involve criminal activity. So that's one of the drivers that we see when we see that individuals come back to incarceration for technical revocations. Those are responsible for 40% of the state's recidivism, but don't constitute a new criminal offense. There are large drivers specifically in first-year recidivism, which is when recidivism tends to be the highest. And on average, individuals return to prison sooner for a revocation than they do for a newer crime. But individuals who've been released on continued supervision, so individuals who've maybe been released before and struggled in that reentry period, especially initially after release, they have the highest rate of coming back at about 44%, so equivalent to what we see for emerging adults. But that age group, it's really important to note, does not return for new offenses more than other release groups. So only 16.9% of those released on any form of continued supervision in FY21 were returned for a new offense within 3 years. The department doesn't measure recidivism based on where an individual returns home to. It's evaluated categorically for everyone, but we do see some breakdowns of outcomes based upon sentencing jurisdiction. So that's what we do have that's specific to Baltimore City. But I will note that individuals sentenced to Baltimore City, they had an overall higher recidivism rate than the state rate. So Baltimore City sentenced individuals returned at 35.2% compared to 32.15% for the state. But as we all know, working in public safety, just because someone is charged in Baltimore City and that's the sentence that they're adjudicated on doesn't mean that they lived in Baltimore City at the time of that incident, lived in Baltimore City after release, and approximately 16% of the released population have sentences from multiple jurisdictions. But one thing that makes Baltimore City unique is that this is the only jurisdiction in which the state is also in charge of local detention, which is a circumstance shared by less than a handful of other states in the nation. So individuals do also return from DPSCS custody after short-term jail sentences, which tend to be 18 months or less. So individuals leaving under that group have a slightly higher recidivism rate, 33.61%, compared to those with lengthier sentences. But that also is not an outlier. It's very common to see a higher rate of recidivism for individuals coming from local detention than from state detention.
You guys done? Awesome. Really, really helpful. It looks like you were reading from a report. Would you be able to share that, or is that available somewhere?
Certainly. Those were just my personal notes, but we elaborate all of this in 27 pages of colored graphed glory in our annual Joint Chairman's Report, which is available publicly. We'd be happy to share the latest copy.
I'll make sure we comb through that. I think it's interesting. As you were talking, you made it a lot more complicated than I appreciated, but I also appreciate there's a lot of nuance in the data. And I think as we, as a city, try to figure out how we support folks who are returning from prison, having understanding of all those nuances are important. Who's coming back for parole and probation, who's coming out without any requirements, and the difference in expectations for both of those people and their likelihood of recidivating, age, and so on and so forth. So I appreciated all those points. I'm going to do this. I'm going to offer a round of questions because you threw out a lot there, and I'm sure my colleagues have thoughts or questions, and if they don't, then we can move on and come back to you at the end. But folks, are any quick questions before we move on to the next presentation? There's a lot. He has questions, but he can't think of the questions at the moment. I'll make sure we get back to you. Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate you. To that end, I'm going to turn over to Monsi for their presentation.
Thank you, Chair Conway, Councilman Blanchard, and Councilman Gray. Stephanie Mavronis, Director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. I want to recognize some members of my team who are here in the audience, as well as just a thank you to the staff of the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. I think having that grounding in the data allows us to have a richer conversation here. And also our partners from the Mayor's Office of Employment Development, also saw partners from the University of Maryland, Baltimore, Embrace Reentry and Resource Center. So really just a demonstration of some of the partnership that we're leveraging here at the local level. All right, perfect. So just by way of background, we see roughly 2,000 people re-enter Baltimore annually. City residents make up about 40% of the total prison population, despite accounting for just 9% of the state's general population, which, hence the need for robust and coordinated support to ensure that we are doing everything we can to prevent the risk of recidivism and ensure long-term stability. This was a goal outlined in Baltimore's Comprehensive Violence Prevention Plan. We are in the final year of implementation of that first 5-year plan, and we'll soon be developing that next 5-year plan, which we'll present to the City Council. There were a few goals established in that. Establishing the Reentry Action Council, a group that's been convened, which we're in the process of officially appointing. I think we just closed the first round of applications for that council. Launching the Returning Citizens Behind the Wall initiative. I'll share some metrics from that. This was something that we were able to do with American Rescue Plan Act funds. The program is currently ended just from the end of ARPA funds, but definitely are looking for ways to continue that work as we move forward. The development of safe return plans for returning citizens prior to release. I'll share some more in just a few slides about that, but that's really the heart of our work, making sure that we can join with the reentry planning that's happening at DPSCS and continue to work with people when they make that transition home and from there. And then also officially standing up the Office of Returning Citizens. We're in the phase of building out what that looks like. This legislation was signed into law in April 2024, and so working on kind of a multi-year plan for growing that. It was, of course, passed without a corresponding budget note or additional positions, and so just trying to do what we can do to be creative there as we continue the work. So these 3 core components, I would say, are the heart of MONSE's reentry approach. Of course, beginning reentry planning prior to release. This is one of the things that for Mayor Scott has been a clear mandate in our approach for reentry. We can't assume that people will be successful if we're not doing everything we can well in advance of their release to ensure that those barriers are removed and that they have what they need to be successful. And so this is where our strong partnership comes in with DPSCS, and we're actively having conversations about how we can expand that to reach even more people beyond the initial population that we've been reaching. Supporting returning citizens post-release, maintaining that connection upon release for the folks that we worked with behind the wall, while also providing general support for returning citizens. I can tell you, just being out, setting up our table 2 times a week in Penn North, the number of returning citizens that we engage with and make connections with, whether they're a few days out, a couple weeks out, a few years out, there's definitely that need for a local central hub for these services, and that's what we're aspiring to build here. And then through it all, really centering the perspectives and experiences of our returning citizens. We want to make sure that people with lived experience of incarceration can directly inform policy and programs here in the city. And so just to jump right into the work of safe return planning, I've talked a little bit about what this was. Essentially, what we've been doing is developing personalized reentry plans for people while they are still serving out their sentence, typically working with them up to 18 months prior to their release. This includes monthly case management meetings, connections to services, and contact after release to ensure follow-up is happening. We started this work with our Returning Citizens Behind the Wall initiative, so really working with that population of people who were returning home to Baltimore City, who were also eligible for work release. And we've expanded that to additional people at the Baltimore City Correctional Center, in addition to incorporating more recently the Maryland Correctional Institute for Women. And then we've also, as I mentioned, been doing some of this safe return planning work for people who are technically already returned, but who need some additional support and planning since their release. So just to look at what we've been able to do so far, and I'll caveat this by saying On MONSE staff, we have one dedicated reentry coordinator. So the numbers that you see here are the work product of one staff member who's currently carrying out this work. I'll talk in a little bit about some of the things that are to come that will allow us to expand our staffing capacity there. But we've developed 224 safe return plans to date, 183 of which were developed pre-release, and then you can see the 41 or so that we've developed in working with people just through our community engagement events, stabilization events, and other things. I know one of the questions that was posed by the council as we were coming into this hearing was just really to get into what are the greatest needs that we're seeing for people who are returning home. And so just looking through those safe return plans that we've developed to date, you can see a tabulation of the kinds of needs that are showing up in those plans. Housing, by far, probably not a surprise to anyone, is the number one need. It is also one of the hardest and most challenging things to come by. It's one of the areas, as I talk to other providers, advocates in this space, it is certainly the number one need and probably the number one determining factor for someone's success. Employment is a close second, and mental health support, peer support, substance use treatment, education, many more that aren't included on this slide, but just to kind of give what we're seeing so far from some of the folks that we've been working with. I mentioned at the top our work with Returning Citizens Behind the Wall. This was an initiative that we launched in spring of 2023 with American Rescue Plan Act funds. A little under $1 million investment went into that work, and we wrapped up our efforts here, I think, around July of this year. We supported 199 people who were preparing to return home to Baltimore, connecting them to meaningful $15 an hour employment opportunities, skills training. This also was paired with the work of safe return plans. One of the things, and we did this work, I should mention, in partnership with Employment Development and Baltimore City Recreation and Parks. As everyone may be aware, for work release, people who are incarcerated, they are receiving a set wage, I think around $3 an hour. So the balance of that $15 an hour is something that would be saved, and upon release of that incarcerated individual, they would get everything that they had accrued really to help them in that next phase of their life. So we saw 80% of people who have been released so far, there's still some folks who participated who haven't yet had their release date, were being released with at least $10,000 in accumulated wages. And so really a significant amount to start and invest in that next phase of life. This is something that I would absolutely love to see continue, and I've had some preliminary conversations with the budget office and others about how we might be able to do that. I know Department of Public Works, other city agencies have been interested in becoming a part of this, and we'd also love, to the extent possible, to see this kind of work release also go beyond the role of physical labor type jobs. I think those are sort of the easiest connections that have been made to date, but certainly would love to see that expanded, and it was a great way for us to do some deep engagement with folks returning home to Baltimore. Because the numbers only tell one part of the story, I wanted to share just one story of transformation for one of our participants. And you can see from this quote here, it gave me money to help me build a life. Parks and Recs really helped me. It gave me something positive to look forward to. I looked at all the positive aspects of being in the program. I've been a taker all my life, and now I'm a giver. It's a wonderful feeling to be able to help people, and I'm proud of myself because I never thought I'd be where I am in life, and I'm not gonna take it for granted. Just one of the testimonies from one of the participants in this work. We also talked to that person's son, who also recognized and noticed some of the transformation in their father's life through participation in the program and connection to some of those additional supports. And so I think just a testimony that this is the kind of work that we should absolutely be investing in and seeking ways to expand. All right. So I mentioned at the top some of the kind of creative ways, some of the ways that we're trying to go and look for additional funds to provide direct support for people returning home to Baltimore City, also looking for funds that we can use to begin to expand the staffing of what will be the Office of Returning Citizens. In fiscal year 25, we were awarded a little over $278,000 for an innovative transitional housing initiative, which provided returning citizens across Baltimore. We served 33 people throughout this grant period who were returning home to Baltimore with security deposit and 6 months rent, a pretty significant investment to help people get set up. We identified landlords in Baltimore City and Baltimore County who worked with us in this initiative, and we're really grateful that we just a few months ago received notice that we were again awarded a slightly increased amount in fiscal year 26 to continue this transitional housing work. In the funds that we've received in fiscal year 26, we also received funding for a housing coordinator. And so I think that position may already be posted as of earlier this week. We're working through the Board of Estimates process now, but this is going to be, the first way we're able to continue to increase the staffing of this office. And then one other really important way that we are continuing to grow and build partnerships involves our group violence reduction strategy. Our GVRS lane is actively working with the Reentry and Transition Service Unit within DPSCS to do the work of delivering custom notifications to people behind the wall, people who are soon to be returning home to Baltimore City, who qualify, who identified as being associated with group violence dynamics. Having that custom notification the same way we might do in the community, but doing that while they're actually behind the wall. This work was just getting started around the end of last year. And so we've conducted 18 of those custom notifications so far with participants and have a few upcoming, as well as people who are under the supervision of parole and probation. So really looking at all the connection points that we can make in this work. My last slide here just is regarding sort of the future of reentry work kind of at a high level. Of course, first on the list is really getting the investment and building out and promoting the Office of Returning Citizens within Muncie. We have a lot of great partners in the reentry space in the city of Baltimore. I think we seek to be a central hub for people at the local level who need support, who may be returning citizens, to help people coordinate and navigate that system on their own and continue to deepen our partnership with the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services behind the wall. We want to that end, strengthen our key partnerships. We want to expand our pre and post-release case management for people returning home, including youth. I think that's a really key piece. I know we just had a great discussion with our DPSCS partners about this. And also, as well as people who are detained pre-trial, people who may be serving time pre-trial for a few weeks or a few months, really important still to make that connection so that we're not seeing people come back into our institutions. And then formally appointing the Reentry Action Council. So I mentioned, I think as of the 20th, it was our first cutoff for applications. I will say publicly though, applications are accepted on a rolling basis. So if there are folks listening to or attending this hearing who are interested in serving in this body, which really is going to advise on policies and reforms for the mayor, for the city council, that please go out and fill out that application. We'll do some promotion of that as well. But these names will then be coming through the city council as formal executive appointments, at which time the body will be officially appointed. We have been convening some people under the banner of the Reentry Action Council in an informal way, really just discussing some of the areas of focus for a future council, discussing experiences of our returning citizens, making connections between businesses who really want to be supportive in this area and want to be leaders in this area. And so there's a lot of interest, and we want to serve as that home here at the local level. And so with that, I will turn it over to my colleagues at the Mayor's Office of Employment Development, if that's okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Conway and council members. I'm honored to be here today to address this city council hearing. My name is Craig Lewis. I'm the Assistant Director, Chief of Adult Services with the Mayor's Office of Employment Development. And with me is my colleague, Greg Alexander, Workforce Manager of our Reentry Center at the Northwest Career Center. It is both a privilege and a responsibility to advocate for returning citizens and the wraparound services needed to reduce recidivism. As some of you may know, MOED operates the Reentry Center at the Northwest Career Center, the largest provider of reentry services in Baltimore City. Annually, we serve 1,800 justice-involved individuals, including at least 500 individuals that are on active supervision. As this body knows, each year thousands of Baltimore residents return home from incarceration with the determination to rebuild their lives. MOED meets them where they are by providing wraparound services such as employment readiness, skills training, case management, along with other supportive services like transportation, housing referrals, assistance with ID documentation, stipends, milestones, incentives. We also partner with employers to expand hiring opportunities to create pathways to family-sustaining wages, and by integrating workforce development with strong community and social supports, MOED helps reduce recidivism and contribute to safer, more vibrant neighborhoods. I think our center shows that when returning citizens are given the tools and the opportunity to succeed, they not only transform their own lives, but also strengthen the economic and social fabric of Baltimore City. I look forward to sharing more details on our strategies and impact and the work that we're doing to support our returning citizens. And very quickly, I just want to run through some of the slides that speak to our work. Through an agreement with DPSCS, we're funded, as I mentioned earlier, to serve 1,800 justice-involved individuals with a minimum of 500 under active supervision, with a placement goal of 400 individuals placed in unsubsidized employment. We also have another grant that we received from the General Assembly, and this is our DCREP, which is the District Court of Reentry Project. This is a diversion program that allows individuals who may be, well, as a condition of probation or in lieu of jail, they can participate in a workforce program. Also, we get some general funds from the city to support individuals who are justice involved or returning citizens. And so this program engages them in job resume building and life skills. And also we connect individuals to occupational skills training in some targeted sectors. We also receive funding that is strictly for folks who are incarcerated 180 days or less, or I should say 180 days, and that is to engage them in occupational skills training and also provide them with some wraparound support such as transportation, stipends, and milestone incentives. And these are some of the barriers that we see at our reentry center, and we support numerous individuals with their ID, their birth certificates, so that they have their I-9 documentation so that they can go to work. And these are some of the supportive services that we provide at our reentry center. Again, assisting them with their I-9 documentation, birth certificates. We also have our financial empowerment counseling program that assists residents with debt reduction, savings, credit, and access to safe and affordable banking products. We also provide transportation supports, expungement and legal services through our partners who are co-located in the space, either part-time or full-time. And then I mentioned earlier about the stipends and the milestones incentives. So individuals who are engaged in occupational skills training, we support them with a weekly stipend. And as they obtain certain milestones, we also support them with a milestone incentive, including once they become employed, they get a milestone incentive for when they become employed, 30 days of employment, 90 days of employment, just so that we're keeping them on the right track. And also we support them with technology for those that are in occupations where they need access to technology. Over the last 3 years, just some of the impact, we've served more than 6,000 justice impacted individuals. We've placed more than 1,200 in employment at an average wage of approximately $19 an hour. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate the work you guys are doing. We have a couple more presentations. One, I've got Harold Bailey, who's here, a returning citizen himself, to provide some of his insight. He's a huge advocate in this world, and wanted to give him an opportunity to share his what he's seeing across the state and certainly here in Baltimore, but then also speak from his own experience. And then I've got Ann Bocchini Pack, who is joining us virtually, and will come to you right after Harold. Harold.
Thank you, Chairman Conway, and committee members, and members of Department of Public Safety Correctional Services and Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement that are here, as well as the public. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak about my lived experience with incarceration and reentry. I hold a master's degree in education, vocational rehabilitation counseling. I've been incarcerated for 28 years, confined in the Maryland prison system. During that time, the only job that I held was as a literacy tutor. When I came out from 20 years incarceration from 1985 to 2005, I had a bachelor's degree. I had 2 years prior to going into prison, the Maryland Penitentiary, when the death penalty was in existence in this state. And I was housed in the Maryland Penitentiary when someone was executed. And I didn't realize until years later how traumatic that was to me. We went through Central Intake and Booking, Old City Jail at the time, and we went to the Maryland Penitentiary, and he was executed prior to 12 others that were on death row prior to him because he was convicted of killing a police officer. That was a traumatic experience I've learned. Reentry starts from day one has been touted by the Division of Corrections for decades now. And photo IDs, there's been a Department of Transportation has a van that is supposed to go to all the prisons when these individuals are captive. You know who they are, despite of aliases. Photo IDs has not been implemented effectively. When I came out in 2005, and maybe that predated the van, I had incredible family support. Within 72 hours, I opened a bank account. The photo ID from the Division of Corrections was no good. The Bank of America wouldn't accept $100 from me. So I got my driver's license reissued. I also purchased a vehicle, became employed within 72 hours. So I hit the ground running, which in reach is the best to prepare people, prisoners, when they come out. And I had incredible family support. Additionally, I had 8 years of confinement from 2015 to 2023. I've just been out 2 years this month. I haven't been able to get a job. And I have applied for jobs as custodial assistant. I was willing at the time to do that, not anymore. I'm blessed to have lived as long as I have. And in spite of those years of incarceration, I've worked starting at age 15 and paid into the Social Security system where I'm able to draw down on my retirement. I retired early at age 62. I self-directed my rehabilitation while I was incarcerated. When I came out in 2005, I went through a series of jobs, and I secured a job through my own efforts as a GED instructor, Baltimore City Community College. I worked at the Northwest Career Center as a GED instructor at that time. Transitions through many jobs since that time, and I have designed the curriculum, have facilitated instruction, and managed 2 separate employment readiness training programs in Baltimore City. The first was in 2009 at America Works. That program is still in existence. It's called the Baltimore Ex-Offender Reentry Employment Program. In 2012, I received an Open Society Institute fellowship, and in partnership with Turk House for 18 months, I went to each of their 4 recovery centers, 3 in Baltimore City, 1 exclusively for women, and 1 in Howard County. My expertise is in online guided career exploration, resume preparation, mock interviewing, just to prepare individuals for the workforce. I would suggest maybe if you all have any influence to increase the minimum wage. because $15 an hour is not a living wage. The reentry resources that I can cite that have been helpful to me, let me back up just a minute. I am the last living family member, so I have no one else in the world, and I've successfully reintegrated into society in the past, and the pain of my own incarcerations has led to a passion, a moral incentive, I feel, to assist others that are similarly situated. 50% of the population of incarcerants have a high school diploma, and of those 50%, many cannot read, they cannot write, and they cannot compute, so they cannot effectively navigate societal systems. They don't qualify as classification of disabled, but in fact they are. So the family is integral in helping navigate the landscape of society post-release. Family support provides financial, housing encouragement. I would say that I've been very fortunate to have the parole agent I do, because the rest of the Division of Parole and Probation has been no help to me as far as employment. Another agency that has been very helpful is New Vision House of Hope for housing. They have provided housing to me, and I have noted that they also provide housing to individuals with sexual offense. Very rare is an agency that will assist that population. The reentry resources that have been less beneficial, there are two: Eastside Career Center and the South Baltimore Employment Connection Center. At the Eastside Career Center, I was informed about a stipend training, welding. I'm not doing anything else. I'm retired, but I am volunteering at 3 different agencies that I'll cite across the state. And come to find, I became a welder straight out of high school. I worked at Sparrows Point Shipyard in 1980 and made 2.5 times minimum wage. My siblings graduated from Yale University, Brown University, and Loyola College University here in Maryland, and I was making more money than them. After I was laid off after just 7 weeks, I enlisted in the Marine Corps, 1980, and spent 3 years doing that. The Eastside Career Center, when I went there, I was asking about a work opportunity tax credit. It used to be called Targeted Job Tax Credit. I learned about that when I was at America Works implementing the program that I designed. And it is one feather in an individual's cap that has criminal history that's sitting in an interview. Work opportunity tax credit, I have since learned, is between $2,400 to $9,000. This is a tax credit for employers that will hire individuals in certain categories. Disabled individuals, one, and individuals with a criminal history. The staff at the Eastside Career Center directed me to the supervisor because none of them knew about this work opportunity tax credit. The supervisor told me he didn't know anything about it. I asked him how long he'd been on staff. 10 years. I let him know, in my humble opinion, even the receptionist should know this information to inform individuals that come through their doors. A federal bonding letter is the second feather in the cap for individuals with criminal history that sit for interview. And during mock interviews, I inform individuals of this. I give them handouts so that they can review this information. And when the time comes in an interview, which typically happens, why should we hire you for this job? Because I'm one of the few potential employees that could make you money with this work opportunity tax credit. Some employers don't know about it. So the vocational development that I've done is the two programs. And I've also, I've learned, I was a case manager at Prisoners Aid Association, agency that's no longer in existence. I was also an employment specialist. At that time, they had over 100 subsidized housing units across the city. And I learned that if you do not document your work, it never happened. So when I was a recipient of the Open Society Fellowship, I hired a lawyer to compile a training manual. It's 115 pages. It's based on a model of train the trainer. So it's not just me reaching 1, 2, 3 individuals. It is trainers that can prepare exponentially prepared employment seekers. Literacy is a problem. Many individuals, unfortunately, don't have that support in the home. When I was young, I learned to read. When I was incarcerated, I read to learn more. One instance at Maryland Correctional Training Center in preparation for my release, most recently, I asked the head psychologist if I could speak to him because many of the staff don't even, they couldn't relate to me. This head psychologist told me the only time that I could speak to him is if I was medicated. So I didn't access him. I am currently volunteering for 3 different agencies. The Mayor's Office of Employment, the Mayor Reentry Action Council, Mayor's Office. For the past year, I've been a member. The Prince George's Community Collaboration Center, which I go twice a month down there. And I was suggested to go down there once my background was learned by State Delegate Lorik Sharkoudian. I was gifted with a Volunteer of the Year award because of my efforts in mediation. I'm currently undergoing 70 hours training. I've completed 22 hours of that. And it's not reentry specific, but mediation is to forestall any retaliatory violence for petty disputes in the home, in the neighborhood, at work, or in school settings. Baltimore City historically has been the hub of reentry services. People as far away as Annapolis will come to Baltimore City. No more. Prince George's County is the hub because of the former county executive, current Senator Angela Alsop-Brooks. She's implemented some great work down there. And I'd like to share this. I have been networking for the past 2 years. I'm not used to traveling at horse and buggy speed. And what I have related, if difficulties in employment for me, I can only imagine that this information can be extrapolated, the experiences, to individuals that are not as well educated.
Mr. Bailey, I want to make sure we move on. If you could begin to wrap up.
Okay. I requested a meeting with the mayor of Baltimore City, 15-minute meeting, December of last year, and this is my last point. The scheduling team told me I'd hear from them in 2 weeks. At the 6-month point, I let some staff at Monzi know, even if I hear back, I probably wouldn't even take the meeting. I have found that many so-called professionals are not professional. They don't conduct themselves as such. They don't return voicemail messages or emails. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. I appreciate your story. It's a remarkable one. And I think it's indicative of some of the challenges that we continue to see in the program and the processes. And I think each of the folks that have spoken thus far have provided some light on that. I want to be careful not to challenge folks directly in that way, as you did with a member of this meeting, if we can avoid that going forward. Last but not least, I have Ann Bocchini-Pack from Prepare to tell us a little bit about her experience. Ann?
Thank you, and I apologize for not being able to be present today. I had a pre-planned trip, but I thank you for allowing me to speak in this space. I'm not going to go back over statistics that have already been given, but I will highlight that 20 years ago, when you left prison, you had about the chance of a coin flip. It was worse than a coin flip. Recidivism rates were over 50%. We are running a marathon right now, and we are doing a fantastic job. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, when I would go and try to seek treatment, they would find a reason to turn me away. And now throughout Baltimore neighborhoods, we have no wrong door services, places that I can help people get to, no matter what state they're in, no matter what they need, and connect them with the services that they need in the moment. And this is really important because Prepare is a 501c3 nonprofit. We have a mission to empower people to make their best case for parole and develop and execute successful reentry plans. And I work with a lot of the good people that have already presented today. And what I am also, I should say, a formerly incarcerated person who has co-founded Prepare while I was incarcerated at MCIW. I started this work in 2017, was able to co-found Prepare from behind the walls in 2021, which shows the level of investment that the department has and the willingness they have to hear our voices. And after release, I've been able to scale across the state. we find many of the same things that have already been said. We develop 12 months in advance of a parole hearing or 12 months in advance of a mandatory release, a holistic reentry plan. And that reentry plan is going to include things like housing and employment, but it's also going to include things like treatment and community support groups and even where to get your food bank or where to get your clothing that you may need to go on a job interview. Part of it is finding and connecting people to those resources, but another part of it is getting them thinking about those things well in advance of their release. And that's something that I can speak to particularly well as a formerly incarcerated person, because when I was behind the walls, a lot of what I thought was if I could just get to the other side of the gatehouse, then everything would be okay. And when I was incarcerated, my definition of success was getting somebody through the gates, getting somebody a parole release, but I didn't think in the long term what that looked like afterwards. And this is reflected in the numbers that a lot of us don't, because if you look at that 27-page report that Assistant Secretary Guarino referred to, you will find the month by month of when recidivism happens. And what you'll see every year is a huge spike in the time between that kind of a couple months post-release on to 12 months post-release. There's just a huge amount of recidivism that happens in those early months of reentry. And a lot of that is, in my experience, us not thinking about what challenges am I actually going to face. Us not going through the logistics of our reentry plan piece by piece and figuring out, is this really going to work in practice? Which is why these exit orientations that Director Rappaport spoke about are so important. It's why having peer organizations like Repair working directly with other impacted people. I can say our reentry coaches are individuals with lived experience. We've all completed our own successful reentry. And so when we're helping somebody, we're looking at it from that perspective. It really has to do with having as well those partnerships. I know we've heard from MOED, we've heard from MONSE. Division of Parole and Probation is not here, but they now have a social work department. They themselves, just as we do at Prepare, have peers in their offices. We have treatment centers. Like I said, you have walk-in treatment centers. You have a whole expanse of community resources that are now available through this targeted investment that has been going on for years that is bearing fruit. And that fruit is being born in what we heard earlier. Baltimore is the safest it's been in my lifetime. So how can we keep this going is coordination, right? Right now we have a department at the state level working with the agencies at the city level who are now opening the doors to people like me who have lived experience and are bringing to the table the practices that we find that work with our population. The few things that I see coming down the pike that scare me a little bit is the funding. As mentioned, the Behind the Walls program, I went in and would assist people with reentry plans. I was one of the community providers with that program. That was on ARPA money. You have a federal funding environment that is shifting. So how can we get creative in looking at funding opportunities, looking at ways that we can work together and collaborate? How can we bring funding in? We have an opportunity now with opioid money. We have an opportunity now looking at substance use disorder, something that impacts a huge number of people, both behind the walls and in the community, and something that also through our Certified Peer Recovery Specialist program, which is conducted as a partnership between the Department of Labor and DPSCS, of which I am actually a graduate of their first class at MCIW, where people can get vocational training while they're behind the walls, and people can come home to this field that is so readily willing to hire people with backgrounds and put us to work helping other people make a successful transition into the community. So we start working together and we look at things like that. How can we invest in programs like Behind the Walls? How might we be able to bring programs like that together to get people who are currently incarcerated on work release out into the community working in these peer roles? What opportunities exist for us now as we look forward? Because like I said, we are running a marathon, and I think that we might be in the middle of it, but we're doing great. And I don't want us to hit a wall with some of these little bumps in the road that we're about to face. I look out and I see so many people that I work with successfully, and I know that we can keep moving these programs forward for a better future for Baltimore. And thank you for listening, and thank you for letting me share here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ann, and I appreciate your experience as well and your advocacy on this work. Councilman Blanchard, I understand you have to leave it a few, and I'm sure you have a ton of questions in light of all that you've heard, so I'm going to hand off to you first.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chairman Conway. Thank you both to both of you who gave testimony. I will briefly say that I have an immediate family member who spent 4 years of my childhood in Louisiana State Prison, and watching them, this was back before things like Ban the Box and whatnot were popular, perhaps, and like it was hard for him to find a place to rent, right? Like just like the incredible amount of barriers available structurally, not just socially, at the time. So the work that all of y'all are doing is incredibly important. And valuable both to the individuals and to our communities. A couple notes. One, I feel like it's rare that we have a hearing like this where I don't find it very relevant to point out to whoever from MOGR is here at the time. And so for Ty Lord, this is the part of the hearing where I thank the mayor for his leadership on the Housing Options Opportunities Package. His bill specifically, I mean, whether we're talking about homeless individuals, whether we're talking about returning citizens, et cetera. Director Mavronis made the point about how incredibly important housing is, and having housing that is where people need it at prices they can afford it at is, this is another very important category of citizens who need this. And that legislation is going to play a really important role in allowing for that. So thank you to the mayor and his team there. Also, I appreciate Dr. Mavonis for noting the point about the Returning Citizens Beyond the Wall program. And so if I understand it correctly, so the funding, it's ARPA funded, and so that's running out for this at the end of this calendar year, or like when is that money gone?
The ARPA money concluded, I think, at the end of June of this year.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha. So this is something the program has been suspended due to lack of funds, and it would be something that your office is hopeful to get into the budget for FY27.
Definitely want to see the program continue. I think we have a lot of analysis to do of the program that occurred, just getting a better sense of what actual monthly rosters of, the people who are eligible for work release look like, how much funding we would need to sustain that. I'll defer specific requests about budget figures and things to the administration, to the government relations office. But we definitely want to see the program continue. And I think what ARPA allowed us to do was show proof of concept that this is something that's worthwhile to invest in, that it has transformative potential. And while the employment component has suspended, all of the funds that were invested from ARPA went directly into the wages for the returning citizens. It was a simple budget in that way. But while that part has been suspended for now, the partnership with Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services in no way has.
Sure.
So still looking to make sure that that's as strong as ever.
Yeah. All great to be aware of on that one. The one question that I've had kind of in this whole sort of conversation, I think it's something like this year compared to, I know arrests have gone up in the city a little bit in 25, over 24, over 23. But but compared back to like early 2010s into 2000s and the 90s, I mean, my understanding is I think we're at like, in the city, we're resting at like 1/5 the rate that we were 15 years ago, and there's just sort of national trend in, I saw that I think there are more incarcerated individuals who are in their 60s now than in their 20s. It's something to that effect. What does it do to have, which is good, obviously, right, that we have a lot fewer individuals going through this process, but what does it mean for DPSCS that we have such a big drop in the population that is, incarcerated and set to return?
You're absolutely correct, Councilman. When we take a look at even the commitment rates coming into custody and releases prior to the COVID period, we're still lower than we were back then, which is, I think, the direction that, we all see as perhaps a more sensible approach. What I will say is that it's, like many other environments, less is not always less. While we are seeing a reduction in the overall number of individuals being sentenced to the Division of Public Safety and Correctional Services, what is then changing is the length of those sentences that they're serving. And in many instances, what we would consider maybe the acuity of those individuals. Individuals coming in perhaps with more traumatic brain injuries, individuals coming in with different levels of need. And what that means to us, and I was remiss in maybe not framing this, I'm very grateful to Anne for mentioning it, is that when we take a look at our cohorts and our reentry populations, it's more of a formula for where the need is and where we have to direct services. So a graying population behind the wall means more supports for individuals returning over the age of 50, especially those who may not yet have healthcare access in the way that older returning individuals will. It also means greater accessibility of substance use treatment services. That's something that the state is pursuing in partnership with the Maryland Department of Health in our Reentry 1115 expansion waiver. But especially it means that the interventions that we're intending and the eligibility criteria of available programming has to meet the population, 86% of whom are serving a sentence for a crime against another person. So when we take a look at some of those incentives that were made available under the Justice Reinvestment Act, when we take a look at what jobs may be available, we have to face the fact that a number of these individuals may be coming back with lengthier criminal histories, potentially crimes of violence under 14101, and making sure that we're not leaving them out of meaningful transformative and rehabilitation opportunities.
Yeah, so with the drop in who gets incarcerated, you're more likely to have incarcerated individuals who are either have more violent histories or sort of like higher acuity, like have more challenges like in their life psychologically, health-wise, socially, whatever, that's going to make it harder for them to succeed in their return to society. And so that's a really interesting point. And then my very last question, can someone talk about the Office of Returning, I guess it's probably Monty, but the Office of Returning Citizens, so that is still being stood up? And I'm sorry if I'm looking at the wrong person, but that's still being stood up, and what exactly is it supposed to do?
So the Office of Returning Citizens, per the legislation that was passed by the City Council, established an Office of Returning Citizens under the banner of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. That would be the office that, under which all of the reentry work services, local coordination would sit, also the operation of the Reentry Action Council. While our reentry services are active within the agency, as I mentioned, the office was created without any accompanying funding or positions. And so to the extent that it's stood up, we still have investment to make into that office. Like I mentioned during my presentation, we have one dedicated reentry coordinator, and soon we'll be bringing on a dedicated housing coordinator to assist with some of those grant-related responsibilities. We did see an increase in within the fiscal year 26 budget for Muncie, two positions that are core to the operation of reentry services within our team, the Chief of Community Engagement and Opportunity, under which reentry sits, and our reentry coordinator. Both were previously ARPA funded. Those were built into the budget for fiscal 26. So we are seeing sort of like that incremental investment into the office, but we have work to do for sure.
Okay, and so those roles for that office will be presumably kind of pins moved from either Muncie or Moed? Like if it's unstaffed, right, then the positions would come from folks who are currently working for Muncie or for MOAD? Is that the thought process? Like where do we get the people in that office from? I guess that's still
I think there would need to be the creation of positions that are dedicated for that office. I know, like, if we were to take other pins that exist within Muncie, for example, we would be taking them from other areas of programming that we're also mandated to do. So we don't have the ability to do that today, but I'm hopeful that it's something, and actively engaged in conversation with the administration, something that we can plan for and invest in over time. And in the short term, we have a lot of partnerships to leverage. I think what is one thing we're very committed to doing is making sure the work isn't just stopped, because we have some investment to do in fully building out, what should be a full-fledged Office of Returning Citizens. But, the positions can't come out of thin air, so we have some work to do there too.
I'll say this. One, I really appreciate the data that you guys were able to share today. What would actually help better inform potentially future budgets that might allow us to fund some of the efforts in the Office of Returning Citizens would be that sort of breakdown of how many folks are impacted and what the actual outcomes and results of those safe return plans are and their outcomes. So like you provided here, the 224 plans and the different types of plans that people needed. What would be interesting for me is whether or not these folks recidivated or not, and whether or not these plans made some difference beyond recidivation in their overall well-being. So for folks who are now in housing, let's say this happened in 2023 or 2024, where are they now? How are they doing? Are they more stable? And did these plans that your office was able to help with have a significant impact on their outcomes compared to the additional 1,770 something people that didn't get plans and didn't get support, so that we can really defend putting general funds toward this office in the future? Does that make sense?
Definitely.
Yeah.
And I think some of those plans, now that we're, for some of the people I mentioned before, like we worked with in Returning Citizens Behind the Wall, we did safe return planning with them. Not all of them have been released yet, and some of them may have only been released for a short amount of time. But through the partnership with DPSCS, I think we have a great opportunity to make sure we're able to track recidivism in those same ways. Like we obviously want to know who's coming back from a new offense versus someone who had a technical violation that's sending them back. But absolutely, we're thinking about it in similar ways, and I hope to be able to share that kind of data with the council in a future hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Along those lines, I'm very curious. So Craig, you brought up some of the things that you guys sort of provide regarding supportive services for folks who are returning citizens. And my immediate thought, you brought up driver's licenses, birth certificate, financial empowerment counseling, transportation assistance, expungement services, stuff like that. Some of those things I feel like we can either provide or even line up behind the wall. And I'm sure we do that. I'm curious what we can do, or if there's any additional coordination that can happen to, as much as possible, provide folks returning with these critical, essentially critical paperwork before they come out.
Yeah, and thank you for that question. We have memorandums of understanding from the Social Security Administration, Vital Records, and the MVA. There's a timeline that we apply for certain documents. You need 2 documents in order to get a a real ID. You need your birth certificate and you need your social security card. We cannot start that process of doing a social security card until 180 days before somebody's leaving. That's a projected release date. The department, we have...
Wait, by law you cannot?
By our MOU.
Oh, okay.
That's a federal restriction.
That's a federal,
Federal restriction.
And so we've had multiple discussions. We've tried to educate the federal stakeholders of what is that, what that causes. Because in any case, if we have a projected release date, let's say of 180 days, and we have some credits and it's moving, so it might not be 6 months, it could be 3 months, and then we're scrambling. So it is, and we try to educate our community partners as well. It is frustrating on the fact that we are doing everything we can, but we have those restrictions. We have some success stories about that, and we just did an innovative project to ask the incarcerated population on their tablets. We did a survey. Do you know the importance of having an ID? And we got a response rate of about 15%. And we did a video to give them the opportunity to go to their case managers and apply and really try to engage with the case management team at 6 months to try to see if that trajectory will go up. So we're hoping to find that there's an increase in that by doing it right away and not delaying anything at that point.
Yeah, it was interesting. So Mr. Bailey talked about a couple of things, reading, writing, educational components, basic math, and otherwise that folks come out of prison and don't have those core skill sets on top of paperwork and stuff like that. And it really makes me wonder, I know folks are eligible for education otherwise behind the wall, but it really makes you wonder where some of the low-hanging fruit exists there. And, even for some of the ID components, if we can just, automate or streamline or what exists there for us to make that as easy as possible for folks. Because, they're a captive audience for the months that they're behind bars. And if we can, I'm not sure what the barriers are while behind bars for getting that paperwork, but I'd be very curious to see if there's ways to streamline or automate that information, because I would imagine a lot of the information necessary you probably gather through the legal system that puts them behind bars. So all the verification, all that stuff happens after an arrest or judgment or whatever the case is. So yeah, I think there's got to be a way to cut some of the red tape there. So just a thought as I was
right, and it is a priority for the department because we know that identification and vital documents are critical to anything, any access to any services.
I'll say this, I brought everybody here today because I realize that this is an issue that will always be. And if we make critical tweaks to our systems, we can really see significant benefits for folks on the tail end. And we have all the right people here today, folks with lived experience, and you guys that are trying to provide services and opportunities for folks. And you're the folks who really understand some of the barriers that exist. And it sounds like we've made some significant progress in the last couple of years, which is great, which is really encouraging. And I applaud Monsi for the program that they've rolled out. I think this is exactly the kind of stuff that we need to continue to support people. But I see this as an opportunity, when someone commits a crime, and I've said this, Stephanie's heard this a bunch of times, Erin has heard this a bunch of times. When someone commits a crime, they're waving a red flag telling us that they're having issues. There are pressures in their lives, instabilities otherwise, that lead them to make a decision to commit a crime. Now, once that person has waved that red flag, whatever justice may be, it is our opportunity to do everything in our power to prevent that person from making that mistake again. Sometimes that's enforcement, but sometimes that's just help. Sometimes just it's housing, it's a job, it's education, it's an opportunity, it's a job at $20 an hour that can make all the difference in making sure that that person doesn't make that mistake again. And I think, as someone here alluded to, each person is going to have a different need. Not everybody needs housing. Not everybody's going to need a job or mental health support. Some people may need all of it. But as we think about how to better support folks, I want to continue to pull everybody together and think together about how we can streamline these efforts or improve these efforts. Because I think, folks want folks who are coming out of prison to succeed. We don't want folks to be a burden, and they certainly don't want to be a burden on their communities if they can avoid it. And in instances where folks are and they don't care, then we'll see them again. But most don't want to go back. And so we don't want them to go back either. Councilman Gray, any questions?
I just want to thank everyone for being here and thank you for sharing your experiences. I wanted to look at the Safe Return Plan and Common Needs. So it says Safe Returns Plan developed to date was 224. That's not for the year end, right? It's over the course since the creation of the program?
I think we began, I need to check to be sure, at least since the beginning of 2024.
Okay. All right. So it is pretty accurate. So for the 159 folks that had a plan included, the grant was only able to help 33 of them, correct? For the, I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the place.
You're talking about where housing was identified as a need, the 159
yes, and through
there.
the ARPA funding, yeah.
So the state grant that we got did support those 33 people. I think we got the state grant probably midway into our creation of some of these safe return plans. So for those, again, not all of those 159 plans and people who had those plans that were identified have yet been released. Some of them may still be kind of in that work of preparing. But for the grant that we did have, it did support 33 people. As we're preparing to deploy the fiscal year 26 dollars, once we get Board of Estimates approval, we are considering how we can extend that in the greatest way possible so that we're helping people get on their feet, but possibly able to serve more people with the funds that we have. But to your point, and like I've shared during my presentation, housing is by far the greatest need. The expense of housing, increasing rent prices, even being able to find landlords who are willing to work with people who are returning citizens, because I think that's something that we've navigated a lot, is just at times the bias that may exist, the perception that these are not people who can be trusted to live in their own spaces is something that needs to be overcome, and we need more resources in this area, absolutely.
Yep, and so that's what I wanted to kind of highlight. Are you guys working outside of receiving the state funding? Are there any other alternatives or innovative ways you guys are looking at it to help address the other folks? I know that everyone looks at Muncie as the one-stop shop, and so I also look to you to at least have some type of ideas. I know you can't do everything, but are you guys working towards any new innovative plans to kind of address that, or hand off those folks that you aren't able to help to maybe other partner organizations?
We are trying to leverage partnerships in that space. So I will say, though, talking to partners for people who do serve this population, this is still one of their greatest needs. And even just finding the physical spaces where people can go, for people who want to stay in the Baltimore area, who want to be in this region, there's a need both for financial support to assist with housing costs, and there's a need for more spaces that are suitable for someone who is coming out of incarceration. Because I know, I had a great conversation last week with the team at University of Maryland Embrace Center, just talking about the realities and struggle with housing, the number of people who leave our institutions who may not even have a substance use program, who have to enroll in a residential program with substance use rules in order just to have a shelter. Those are not the kind of things that we want to see people having to go to just as a term of their release or being, by way of being a returning citizen. citizen. So this is something I will tell you every single month that we've been convening people, returning citizens, other stakeholders in this space with the Reentry Action Council. Housing is something we're consistently talking about, and it's on the minds of everyone in a time when resources can be scarce in this area. I'm a believer that we have to leverage the partnerships because we all may know different people. Monty, for our part, will continue to cultivate relationships with private landlords too, who are open to working in this space and who understand the work we're doing and who believe in giving people a second chance. So we'll continue to cultivate the relationships. We're always going to be keeping an eye out for additional grant funds and even looking at the ways, possibly in future budgets that we can make some additional direct investment into this space.
Yeah, thank you for that. And what you just said actually leads me to my my follow-up to the housing. As someone who grew up in Baltimore City his entire life and had members of my family that were incarcerated and then released, I know that one of the biggest factors, at least anecdotally, is that person returning to that same neighborhood. You guys could do all the work to change them, but they get around all their friends that were not incarcerated, they have not changed. And whether that's substance abuse or just staying out of the life of crime, often going back to that very neighborhood can be the actual detriment and actually contributes to them coming right back to prison. How are you guys addressing that? Are you guys giving any advice? Are you working to actively ensure or give advice to say, hey, maybe you might want to move to the east side if you live on the west side, or to this neighborhood, to get yourself on your feet and then you're stable. And then when you're stable, by all means, you're free to move anywhere. Are there any types of talks like that going on, or have you guys looked into that?
I know in the process of developing safe return plans, I think, for people who are returning home to Baltimore who are currently incarcerated, many of them are keenly aware of some of the risk involved that you just mentioned. I know when we're having conversations about housing and developing that individualized plan, it's not rare for someone to say just that, like, I can't go here, or maybe I want to explore housing in a different space. Like, I want to be close to Baltimore, but maybe just outside or something. So I would say that these are absolutely conversations that are happening. We always want to give people self-determination in what they know is best for them. But I think also for people who are preparing to return home, when they're thinking about what they're going to need to be successful, our reentry coordinator is starting each and every conversation off with, like, what do you need so that you don't come back here? And I think it opens up the conversation a little differently of whether that's housing, whether that's looking to get your, on a stable plane that maybe is outside of the neighborhood that you came up in. All of those things are happening as a facet of those conversations.
Yeah, and I just have one more question, Chair. For the mental health support, it says 34. How are you identifying folks that actually need that help? Because I would venture to say everyone that leaves out of prison needs mental health support, whether it's from actual prison or anything that contributed to them going to prison. And so we know how important mental health is, but we also know that most of the folks that are probably coming home are people of color, and how when people of color commit a crime, they're just criminals, while other people commit a crime and it's always linked to something that happened or some type of mental health issue. And so in trying to make sure that we have true equity, how are you guys identifying the 34 versus the other ones? And is there any type of continued work that partners have, because I know once again you guys can't do everything, but partners have, are you guys looking to do to make sure that everyone has on the base level like some type of mental health support leaving from prison?
Sure, and I'll, in just a moment, I'll turn it over to Kyla Graves, who's been serving as our reentry coordinator, really sitting with people, having those conversations, who can speak to how this has come up in conversation, how people self-identify that need. What I'll say is that we have a roster of partners who provide therapy, group support, just a number of things that speak to mental health and support people with their mental health needs. Many of them work with us already in the victim services space. And so we have providers who understand that when we need to make a connection as the city government agency, we need that connection to be now. Someone doesn't need to just kind of sign up and wait months and months to get an appointment. So we've been cultivating those relationships. We have a lot of providers who are committed in this area. And I'll let Kyla speak a little bit to how that's come up in some of those conversations.
Good afternoon.
Press the button on the right and then state your name for the record.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So typically when I'm Kyla Graves. I'm the reentry coordinator with Monty. I go behind the wall and meet with the incarcerated individuals, and we develop a safe return plan. So typically, how the mental health is identified is those 30-something people, they were the ones who were honest to say, I actually need the mental health. It is a barrier for especially men and African-American men to come out and say that I need help. Most of the incarcerated individuals that I meet with have been incarcerated for over 10 years. So they don't necessarily feel like I need help. What I need help with is housing. What I need help with is employment. They don't necessarily think mental health is a thing. What I do every month though is I keep trying to push, like, you have been in here for 10 years. It's different when you come outside. Outside is fast. It's faster than being incarcerated for 10 years, and it may be a culture shock. So it would be good to have that support. I've been with my community-based organizations come in. Most of them all offer some sort of mental health. So if I'm connecting them to the case management, they are still having those conversations, trying to get them connected to the mental health.
Yeah, and I thank you for that answer, because I had a family member who went to jail in like 1983 and came home in 2000, I don't know, like 8 and just seeing the transition and how that person tried to just cope with the realities of life, like leaving when there was a boombox and then coming home when there was an iPad, like something like that you don't think about, but just like life moved on. And the rationalization probably for that person didn't hit until, you're a week or 2 or 3 months in. And that's really tough. And so I know that you guys can't do that, but I just wanted to highlight that just to see if the prison system is committed to ensuring that people are going home and not coming back, that there has to be some type of investment into mental health, because these folks, whether you're there for 20 years or 2 months, it's not a normal circumstance for anyone to be in prison. And so some type of mental health support has to be there. And I thank you for all the work that you do, and Monty and all of our partners. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Gray. I think we're out of questions here. We do have some time and space for public testimony. We have 3 folks signed up. I'm going to afford 2 minutes of public testimony, first starting with Jeanette Graham. And Ms. Graham, when you come up, you press the button on the right side. Perfect. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeanette Graham. I'm the founder and executive director of No Struggle, No Success. It's a full-service reentry program for youth and adults throughout the state of Maryland, where we do personalized reentry plans of 220 annually. I've been doing this work since 2018. There was no reentry roadmap at the time that I did this. I interviewed 22 different agencies and organizations at that time, and it was more so of a drug program, not a holistic-based approach or evidence-based approach. The word reentry was never used back then, which was, felt like 2 seconds ago. And so it was real bare minimum, and it wasn't enough. With my leadership in reentry, I've been able to save the state of Maryland over $6 million. This is showing exactly the reason why reentry is very important and why they're not returning back to prison through the eyes of no struggle, no success. This also includes, in those reentry home plans, it is mandatory that someone has mental health. It is mandatory that someone gets restorative justice when they enter my program, simply because what they were exposed to before prison, during prison, and to prepare them when they come home. The needs of people are far more than drug treatment. Why did many pick up from the very beginning? They have been faced with poverty, grief, trauma, and lack of opportunities. After incarceration, those basic human challenges remain, and their families aren't even prepared for them when they come home. The battle of growth and accountability is much. Most of the time, let's be clear, that people are going to come home regardless, whether on parole, sentence modification, or mandatory release. SNS have walked out over 200 individuals from prison personally. These individuals are in our neighborhoods, they are in our schools, our workplace, our banks, and our malls. Why not find the real solutions to ensure that these struggles are addressed? I am the only female multicultural woman in the state of Maryland that do this without any university or any hospital doing it. I do support and I do appreciate Monty and DCPS for having MOU agreements and collaborations so I can get the work done. There's enough research, there's enough statistics out here. Is that people for me?
You can finish up, go ahead.
Okay, there's enough research out here. There's mountains of it. It tells the same story where the preschool to prison pipeline exists, when there's a lack of correctional officers and police officers, lack human service training, when judges and lawyers and prosecutors lack basic reentry awareness. Little to no access to healthcare, grief counseling, digital and financial literacy skills. There's always going to be a gap in public safety for myself and others around. Typically, SNS do serve individuals 10 years to life. They don't fit into the traditional of getting vital records. They come out in different ways, so it's really hard for a grassroots organization to get it done, but we've been able to get it done with the resources we had bare minimum. Imagine if we had the support of you guys and others around to ensure that reentry program does exist for those ones that serve in time. I'm never going to be here to complain. I'm always going to be a part of the solution. We need funding, we need resources. The framework has been done by community-based organizations.
If you could begin to wrap up.
I'm sorry, I am.
Yeah.
And then families do struggle, but they don't want their loved ones to stay behind, so they give an address. It's very important that individuals have a reentry home plan. Thank you for today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Graham. Next up, we have Candy Kerr.
I'm Candy Kerr, Communications Manager at Baltimore Harm Reduction Coalition. I want to get this all in, so I'm going to speak quickly and I can send it to you later. Returning citizens, particularly within the first 2 weeks of release, face a risk of opioid overdose that is estimated to be 40 times higher than that of the general population. I want to shout out Baltimore Jail Support for setting up outside of central booking, an intake center, and BHLI for being outside the intake center, offering Narcan and other services. Some of the neighborhoods with the highest number of returning citizens are returning to neighborhoods with the highest levels of drug use and overdoses within the city, and those areas are predominantly Black. Thankfully, the city has a lot of programs to help reentry for returning citizens who have substance abuse disorder, including drug court, in which the recidivism rates of people returning are lower than those who haven't gone to drug court. But a lot of programs are outside of the areas with the highest levels of returning citizens and drug use in the community. In addition to more traditional methods of supporting returning citizens who use drugs, in order to catch people who are falling through the cracks, there are harm reduction strategies such as SSPs, drop-in centers, and OPCs, which are overdose prevention centers. They can be implemented within those areas and improve quality of life. SSPs can provide access to services such as naloxone, the overdose prevention drug, new tools for use, and testing strips. Beyond those services, we can also connect people to physical and mental health help, housing, jobs, and expungement fairs. Drop-in centers typically provide all of those things, as well as give people the chance to access meals, a shower, and clothing, and can act as a place for people to receive their mail. Overdose prevention centers provide all of those things with the distinction to allow people to use their pre-obtained drugs in a space where they can be monitored to catch an overdose before it becomes fatal. As you've heard, all these harm reduction services can build on one another. At BHRC, we're a syringe service program and have helped people connect to the legal services they may need after being picked up or detained. As well as providing services, data shows the implementation of SSPs in Baltimore City do not significantly increase crime. Neither does crime increase around OPCs in New York City, too. Also, when looking at quality of life crimes, survival rates, or survival labor, SSPs, drop-in centers, and OPCs can help with loitering, drug use, public drug use, sex work, and access to housing beyond living in abandoned buildings and more. Focusing on these public health services are only one piece of support for returning citizens, but are crucial for those returning who use drugs.
Thank you, Candy, and I always appreciate your advocacy on the harm reduction front. Last but not least on this list is Donald Smothers.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Donald Smothers.
You can lift the mic up that we can hear you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Donald Smothers. This Marcy program, this reentry program really helped me a lot. I wouldn't even be speaking on this podium today if it wasn't for them. I came home, I had life plus 28 years and 6 months for something that I was not involved in. I was young. I didn't know the law. I had to study the law and then I had to come home. I had 2 co-defendants too. Both of us is home today. But when I got released from doing 17 years, I was released with $50, no ID, no nothing. It took more than $50 to get where I was going, my destination. Now, coming home from 17 years, just like I hear someone say, radios has changed. My 3-year-old grandson showed me how to work the radio. I didn't know about home, audio, none of that. So when I came home, I was like a 3-year-old baby. So I kept being around the same people and going around the same neighborhood with the same mindset because I'm around these people. What this program did for me, stopped me from being incarcerated. Because when I came home before, I was going back and forward to prison. But I realized I didn't have a foundation. This program gave me a foundation, gave me a job, helped me with employment, anything I asked them for, they was there for me. And they put me where I needed to be. The lane that I needed to be in, they put me in that lane. So I thank y'all for this program, and it helped me a lot, and I'm very reformed from this. I work for Catholic Charities right now, Safe Street. So thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Smothers, and I think your story is exactly why we're having this conversation, and the lessons that we learn from you and experience from people who've gone through similar experiences as you is exactly why we're having this conversation. We don't want that to happen to folks. We want people to hopefully land as close as possible on 2 feet so that they can move in the right direction and be productive citizens in our city. It's to their benefit, and it's certainly to our city's benefit. So I want to thank you. I appreciate your testimony and appreciate your story. And likewise, Mr. Bailey, and likewise, Ms. Pack, joining us virtually. I think it's really, really important for us to appreciate what people are experiencing. And as we continue to improve, as we already have, and we are always looking to do more, I want to thank the folks who are doing this work and our agencies. Thank you, DPSCS. Thank you, Monsi, for continuing to try to innovate on this work. Thank you, MOED, for doing all the hard work for supporting folks who don't have the pieces they need. And I'm going to push us and encourage us to continue to do more, because I think, to the slide that you presented earlier, Ms. Mavronis, 40% of the folks who are returning from state prisons are coming back home, or at least call Baltimore home in that moment. And anything that we can do to support that 40%, I think benefits Baltimore. So that is all I have for public testimony. Is there anyone else who would wish to testify that is here today? All right. I want to thank everybody for coming out. This hearing is in recess.
Morning. Welcome to the Land Use and Transportation Committee. I'm Ryan Dorsey, Chair of the committee and representative of the 3rd City Council District. Today, the committee will hear 2 bills, 25-0064 zoning bulk and yard requirements amendments and 25-0065 zoning eliminating off-street parking requirements, though in the reverse order of those two. Today, we have in attendance with us Mr. City Council President Zeke Cohen. How you doing?
I'm great. Good to be with you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for joining us. To my far left, we have the Vice President of the City Council and Vice Chair of the committee, Councilwoman Sharon Green Middleton from the 6th District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. We have to my immediate left, Councilman Zach Blanchard from the 11th District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To my far right, Councilman Mark Parker from the 1st District. To his left, Councilman Paris Gray from the 8th District. To his left, Councilwoman Felicia Porter from the 10th District. And to the right of our council president here, our committee staff member, Mr. Tony Levitt. How you doing today, Tony?
Very well, sir. Thank you.
Good. Glad to have you as always. We have representatives from various city agencies, the mayor's office, and we have some folks here to testify from the public. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here with us. We also have some members of a panel that are going to help the sponsor of the first bill that we're going to hear to give an initial presentation. So just make sure that we have a little run of show, and then I'm going to hand it over to the council president here for a second. We're going to hear Council Bill 25-0065 regarding off-street parking requirements. We will have a little panel presentation from the sponsor and some guests, and then we will have committee questions for the panel as a whole. Then we will, including the sponsor, and then we will have agency reports, and after our panelists are finished, you can get up from this area here. We have agency reports after that, and we'll have committee questions with the agency reports. Then we'll go to public testimony first for those in person, and then for those online. If you are online, there should be a link in the chat for you to fill out a form if you would like to testify. So if you are online and you wish to testify today, we need you to go to the link that is in the chat and fill out that form. And I will mention this a couple of other times as we proceed because people may come online, in the time to come and not see that link right away. And so I'll bring it to folks' attention again as we proceed, a couple more times probably. If you want to testify online, please do fill out that form. With that, I'm going to hand it over to our council president.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank you to Vice President and Chair Middleton, members of the committee and agency staff. Good morning to the public, the folks who've come to testify and participate in your democracy this morning. I am grateful to Council Members Blanchard and Gray for sponsoring these important bills and initiating the discussion we will hold today. I'm also grateful to Chair Dorsey for his leadership on these issues, and I'm grateful to all of my colleagues for the thoughtful, deliberative way that we have been engaging this legislation. It is extremely important to me as council president that all voices are heard, that we are thoughtful and move aggressively to deal with the issues that underlie our challenges, but also make sure voices, particularly those that have been left out in previous conversations, particularly about issues around housing, are heard. So again, appreciate everybody for showing up and participating today. Baltimore is facing a housing shortage that is driving up costs for families across our city. Live Baltimore found in 2021 that there was demand for up to 7,100 new or renovated homes annually in Baltimore City through at least 2026. Too many of our zoning rules were written decades ago when the city's needs looked very different and, quite frankly, were written to segregate our city. These outdated rules limit our ability to build the kinds of housing that Baltimore needs, whether that's affordable apartments for seniors, row houses for growing families, or new options on vacant lots that have sat empty for years. I look forward to a robust discussion on both of these bills, and I trust in this committee and body to take our obligation to our residents very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you to everyone who has shown up today and for all the conversations that have been happening in community and around our city about this work.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the President said, I think there's already been a lot of thoughtful engagement around these bills and the subjects. And so just before we begin, and I'll invite the sponsor to come up to the podium to present to the committee, these bills were introduced on May 12th of this year, so tomorrow makes 4 months since introduction. I think there's already been a fairly robust amount of dialogue. I think that you can see that also, the level of awareness in the volume of public testimony that has already been submitted to the committee in writing. And I'm sure my colleagues can attest to the number of conversations and the amount of time that they've spent in a conversation with constituents, both for and against things in these 4 months since introduction. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Blanchard, who's going to initially present the bill, and then he's going to pass it off to, I guess, the first of his panelists who are here today. We have 5 panelists. We've asked them to speak for maybe 3 minutes or so each. Thank you, Councilman Blanchard. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. President, thank you for coming, members of the committee. When my wife and I bought our house next to Cross Street Market 6 years ago, we bought it for $230,000. The same house today is over $300,000. There's nothing unique to the house. It is a Baltimore City challenge. It is, of course, a statewide and a nationwide challenge that home ownership is quickly becoming unattainable for too many of our citizens. Similarly, the price of rent has gone up exponentially even over the last 5 years. Between 2020 and 2025, the average rent in the city of Baltimore has gone up $250 a month. That's $3,000 a year that our renters are having to pay on top of the cost of gas, on top of the cost of electricity and food and medical expenses and everything else in this economy. Interesting timing today. We actually had an article in the Baltimore Banner, top article in the Banner today. Rent is guzzling Baltimore paychecks. The poorest feel it the most. I think it speaks volumes for what renters in this city are having to go through. And when you can't afford to own a home and you can't afford to rent a home, you are obviously at a very real risk of becoming homeless. And that is exactly what we've seen, where the homeless population in the city has increased by 50% from 2021 to 2025. 50% more Baltimoreans are homeless today than they were 4 years ago. And it is no coincidence that that closely ties with the rapid increase in the price of rent. And yet somehow, despite the cost of housing becoming unaffordable, we have a vacant housing crisis, which I know I do not need to belabor to the members of this committee. Today, about 12,400 vacant buildings in the city, 22,000 vacant lots, and the devastating impact that they have on our neighborhoods and on the city as a whole is something that all of us know too well. On top of the vacancy crisis, we have consistent population decline over the last 8.5 decades. In 1950, we were close to 1 million Baltimoreans. Today, we're much closer to 500,000 Baltimoreans. And for all the bad things that happen when you have such a large population decline, a very important one is you saddle the expenses of funding the city on an ever shrinking base of residents. So the property tax rate that we have today, which as we know is uncompetitive with surrounding jurisdictions, is something we are stuck with as the city's population, with a few happy exceptions like last year, continues to dwindle. So what if I told the committee members that I had some legislation that could effectively address all of these issues at no cost to Baltimore city government? Of course, the initial response would be, no, you don't. That's impossible. You must be a charlatan. We would have done that already if that was the case. But that is exactly what the Housing Options and Opportunities Package does. In this bill, 25065, the Spaces for People Act, plays an integral role in enabling that. Over the last several decades, the new housing that we have seen being built in the city predominantly falls into two categories I think we can all imagine, are high-rise luxury Class A apartments that are largely out of reach for most Baltimoreans, and then the subsidized government housing, which supports our most vulnerable residents. But there's a huge chasm of housing between those two categories that either is not being built because we don't allow it in our zoning and building code, or it's just too costly to build. That's exactly the impact that parking minimum mandates are having and driving up. So I want to be clear when we're talking about what this bill does and what this bill does not do. So if the committee members will look, I had a handout, the Spaces for People Act, and on the back end, on the other side of the handout, it lists where parking mandates are already exempt in the city, as well as the key areas where we would actually see exemptions put in place, which are not already in place today. So that the changes we will not see downtown, as well as our Main Street zones, our C1 commercial zones, C2 up to 3,000 square feet, TOD, and critically, single family homes or small multifamilies up to 3 units are already exempt. And then multifamily properties, whether it's 20 units, 100 units, 200 units, because of the inclusionary housing requirement, which the council passed last term, that requires 10% affordable housing, builders of larger buildings, residential buildings, are now exempt from their parking requirements as well. So where are the areas where we're actually, what bites are still left in this apple? What bites still need to be taken out? So we're looking at multifamily between 4 and 19 homes, as well as larger C2 buildings, larger buildings in C2, as well as C3 and C4, a couple of the zones as well. So, and the other thing is this bill is not banning parking. Obviously, this bill is removing the mandates to build off-street parking. Of similar cities that have implemented this common sense reform, from Buffalo to Birmingham, blue-collar cities with transit systems worse than our own, we typically see about 80% of the parking that would have been required to be built is still getting built anyway, because obviously plenty of people do want off-street parking for their cars. And we're good with that. So we expect to see a good amount of the parking that would have been built still being built in these bites that are still left of the apple. So this package, the whole purpose of it is to allow Baltimoreans to live in the neighborhoods they want to live in at the prices they can afford. This bill plays an integral part, which, as we can see from the support that the package has had, we have endorsers from the Baltimore Regional Housing Partnership, whose job is to deconcentrate voucher recipients in disinvested neighborhoods and make sure that our voucher recipients are able to live all over the city and indeed all over the Baltimore region. They're in support of this package are homeless advocates like Healthcare for the Homeless, who know that homelessness is first and foremost a housing problem, something that they brought up unprompted at the homelessness hearing that we had a couple months ago in a different committee. Public Justice Center, for very similar reasons, knows that this is very important for our low-income residents. They were quoted in the Rent is Guzzling Baltimore Paychecks. They just sent in their testimony for this bill as well. Transit groups, environmental groups from Sierra Club to Clean Water Action are all in support of this package. I very much appreciate the committee's willingness to consider this bill. Look forward to your conversations, and I'll pass it back to Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I've asked the councilman to hang out up here so that as we finish his panel, we can direct all of our questions to our panelists and the sponsor together. Do we want to, so we have your panel here. Do we want to go in this order listed here? We're going to go to Micah Avery from Baltimore Regional Housing Partnership.
Good morning, Chair Dorsey and honorable council members. My name is Micah Avery, and I'm here today on behalf of the Baltimore Regional Housing Partnership to express our continued support for City Council Bill 250065, which proposes eliminating off-street parking minimums in Baltimore zoning code. The Baltimore Regional Housing Partnership is a nonprofit organization that expands housing choices for low-income families who have historically been excluded from housing in well-resourced neighborhoods. We do this by directly helping them access and transition successfully to safe, healthy, and economically vibrant communities. As many of us know, Baltimore is in the midst of a housing affordability crisis. According to data from Baltimore DHCD, more than half of renters here are cost burdened, and thousands of families are struggling to find homes that they can afford. Over 20% of households spend more than half of their income on housing alone. And the vast majority of these families are extremely low income, earning less than half of the area's median income. Parking minimums may seem like a technical detail, but they do have a real impact on housing affordability. Requiring developers to build parking spaces regardless of actual demand adds significant costs to construction. These costs are often then passed on to renters and buyers, making housing less affordable and limiting development, especially on smaller lots. As mentioned, cities like Buffalo, Minneapolis, and San Francisco have removed parking minimums with very promising results. More affordable units, better land use, and increased investment in walkable, transit-oriented neighborhoods. Baltimore has the opportunity now to follow suit and adopt a more flexible, context-sensitive approach to land use that uplifts the people who live here while allowing home builders to respond to the actual demand and design projects that make sense for their location and for their residents. BRHP's support for this bill is about affirming our mission to create pathways to thriving communities for families who have been historically excluded from these resource-rich neighborhoods. By removing unnecessary parking requirements, we can unlock more housing options across Baltimore, and especially in areas with more robust resources and opportunities. For the families that BRHP serves, this bill really represents a meaningful step towards housing access and their thriving futures. Every day, we witness the life-changing impact that access to opportunity housing has on the more than 4,300 families who we serve in the Baltimore Housing Mobility Program. And research consistently shows that when low-income families are able to move to neighborhoods with better schools, safer streets, and more economic opportunity, the entire community benefits because increased economic mobility translates directly to stronger local economies. So I respectfully urge the committee's support for Bill 250065 as a practical, evidence-based step towards a more affordable and inclusive Baltimore. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Daniel Herriges, I hope I get that pronunciation correct, from the Parking Reform Network online.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, yeah.
Starting as well here.
Morning.
Good morning.
Take it away. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Great,
there.
awesome. Oh, good. We
We're
got you on
gonna
camera.
All right. My name is Daniel Herriges. I am the Policy Director of the Parking Reform Network. We are a national organization dedicated to tracking and accelerating the progress of needed parking reforms in North America and educating the public about the importance of parking policy. Because the prevailing approach to parking policy for decades was sort of this just, smashing one button approach. Parking should be abundant, convenient, and free wherever anyone wants it at any time. And the result was that we incorporated arbitrary mandates into our codes that weren't based in any real science, that weren't responsive to local demand. And these inflexible mandates resulted in a whole bunch of deadweight costs. The reality that scholars and policymakers are now coming to appreciate is there is no such thing as free parking. That bit of asphalt or concrete always has a cost. And the question is just who pays it. And so parking reform is about allowing individuals the flexibility to determine how much parking they need in their context. And we've watched this common sense movement for parking flexibility unfold across the continent. Baltimore is not treading any new ground here. In the last 9 years, over 100 North American cities have totally abolished their parking mandates. In all regions, we see this from Hartford and Bridgeport, Connecticut, to Raleigh and Durham, North Carolina, Austin, Texas. Just this year, just last month, Denver, Colorado did away with its parking mandates. So we have a lot of evidence about what happens when you do this. You'll hear a lot, I think, from those who are skeptical of this measure, you'll hear a lot of what ifs. What if we have congested street parking because people aren't building enough? What if we have spillover parking from businesses into residential areas? The what ifs kind of loom large in people's minds. But we have evidence about the what ifs because this has happened a lot of places. It's been tested. And what happens when parking mandates are removed is, first of all, basically nothing. You wake up the next morning, you have the same city, no parking has been eliminated, nothing has been banned. But over time, you see people take advantage of an increased range of options that are appropriate to their needs and their context. Parking doesn't go away. But what we've seen in Buffalo and Seattle following major parking reforms is that over 70% of new buildings still included parking, but over 60% of the new homes permitted in those cities would have been illegal under the prior code. In Minneapolis, we've seen similar results. The average amount of off-street parking in new residential buildings has gradually shifted to about 70% of what was previously provided. A small minority of buildings are going up with very little parking in contexts where that's appropriate. So you'll have a residential lot now where somebody can build an 8-plex and provide needed housing in a neighborhood that is in the urban core, walkable to amenities, close to transit. In places where you have a larger building or where you have a greater need for parking, they're still providing parking, but they are now able to do it in a way that is flexible and appropriate for their context. And if you are a car-free renter or a renter household with only one vehicle, you are now not forced to pay for parking that you will not use. If you want to open up a neighborhood serving business where your customers can walk to patronize your business, you can now do that. You can rehabilitate that vacant building that might have sat vacant. It is about flexibility. It is about options to create the things that we value in our community. And for those contexts where on-street parking is a contested, scarce resource, where we're worried about spillover, we're worried about congestion at the curb, Baltimore already has all of the tools to ensure that your neighbors who need parking can access that resource. You can use permits, you can use pricing, you can use time limits, you can proactively manage the public realm. That is the city's job, to manage that public realm. But if you're worried about Baltimoreans having access to parking when they need it for those who need a vehicle, the worst, most blunt force way to go about that is to have parking mandates, which are effectively a sweeping arbitrary tax on new development, small businesses, childcare facilities, senior care, anything that you might want in your community where parking imposes a cost on the ability to provide that thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Will Holman from OpenWorks.
Good morning, members of the committee, Council President, Council Chair. Thank you so much for having me this morning. My name is Will Holman. I am the CEO of a nonprofit network of makerspaces called OpenWorks. We built our first facility on Greenmount Avenue 9 years ago this month, opening 9 years ago this month. I am here to express my support for the Spaces for People Act. I represent a little bit of an outlier in the testimony today, as our facility is zoned light industrial and the impacts of parking minimums do not affect housing costs in our case. However, parking minimums raised the cost of building open works, which was funded 80% with public dollars, in 4 different ways. Number 1, it is an adaptive reuse project. There was literally no more land to build parking on than was what already was provided. Second, should we have met the parking minimum, it would have been more land, asphalt, light poles, a larger stormwater management area, etc. Third, in order to get a zoning variance to get under the parking minimums, it required a great deal of time that cost the development project additional money. Community meetings, currying community support, going to zoning hearings, getting the exemption. And then fourth, the larger parking puts an ongoing maintenance and cost burden on our nonprofit in terms of additional striping, salting, plowing, and so forth. Antiquated code does not recognize new building types like open works. As a makerspace, we support industrial access to tools and co-working space. So our parking minimum was calculated on the maximum occupancy of the building and sort of assumed that 300 people would be in the building at any one time and they would all come in their own vehicle. 300 people is about the size of our membership. 300 people are never there at exactly the same time. They come by bike, by scooter, by foot, by bus. Some come by car. But for the most part, parking minimums, us being under the parking minimum has affected the operation of our facility in absolutely no meaningful way over the last 9 years. We are currently in the midst of a capital campaign to build a second facility on the west side of Baltimore adjacent to Coppin State University. In partnership with the university, we plan to break ground about 1 year from now, and we are facing additional challenges with the parking minimums there. We have received a quote for the first phase of site work at just under $1 million to accommodate parking and site clearance, which is roughly 6% of our entire construction budget. $1 million is roughly the amount of money we will spend on tools, which is our ostensible purpose, right? Now, we will have some parking, of course. We have theoretically enough land to accommodate that parking, but since the majority of our site is fill, the geotech survey came back and said that building this parking will be very expensive. We have to stabilize the ground, expand the stormwater management, and undertake other expensive steps to accommodate. So I respectfully ask the committee to advance this bill and vote for it once it reaches the full city council. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Kevin Lindemood from Healthcare for the Homeless.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. President, members of the committee. I'm Kevin Lindemood, the President and CEO of Healthcare for the Homeless and the President of our subsidiary organization, housing developer HCH Real Estate Company. We have ensured access to comprehensive health services for the last 40 years. We have helped to support vulnerable people in housing and off the streets for the last 25, recognizing, as the Councilman Blanchard so eloquently put it, homelessness is fundamentally a housing problem, and we have been developing housing for the last 6 years. Our first development in partnership with Episcopal Housing was a 70-unit development in the Oliver community. We are about to break ground on 42 apartments at our old clinic on Park Avenue later this year, and are about to hear this week on a low-income housing tax credit application for the hotels that are along the Fallsway that we've talked about before this body on many previous occurrences. Housing is healthcare. A study by the Government Accountability Office found that for every $100 increase in median rent, homelessness goes up by 9%. It's a clear connection between housing costs and homelessness. We are strongly in support of the housing options and opportunity package because it addresses a range of inequities that has made it harder to build housing for everybody. Ending homelessness is not just about building housing for those experiencing it. It's also about ensuring that all Baltimoreans have access to housing so that they do not experience homelessness. And as the Baltimore Banner pointed out this morning, more and more Baltimoreans are struggling with the cost of rent and are at extreme risk of homelessness if they can't afford a place to stay. Specifically, the Spaces for People Act will give us as a developer far more flexibility. We're already working with communities in every area that we're looking at developing housing to ensure that we are meeting their needs for parking and a range of other factors. We are already looking at access to transportation at the income levels of the people that we're building housing for, who likely are not going to have cars. But eliminating these arbitrary requirements gives us far more flexibility to build housing in a range of locations. Specifically, we are looking at infill housing. How can we look at, you referenced at the start of this hearing, the extreme rate of vacant housing in Baltimore. If we can look at doing some infill projects in order to increase access to housing, these arbitrary parking requirements require that we pave the backyards and not have open spaces for people and children to play on. It requires that we have spaces in between projects that we're developing in order to build off-street parking. But if we do not have to consider these factors, we believe we will have far more flexibility to increase access to housing for all income levels and thereby prevent and end homelessness for more people in our community. So we strongly support the Housing Options and Opportunities Package, and we urge the passage of the Spaces for People Act. And thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Kevin. Emily Ransom from Clean Water Action.
Good morning. I'm Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action. We are here in support of this bill because where and how housing is built has a direct impact on our local environment. Specifically in Baltimore and the Baltimore region, one of the things that we always like to bring up is the fact that we drink surface water. So this means that all of the water that we are drinking is running across either forests or somebody's yard. So when we are increasing development pressure in that watershed, we are making our water that we are drinking more polluted, and we are making it more expensive to treat. And so a bill like this that decreases and eliminates parking minimums within the city encourages that very important redevelopment and infill development. Within the city, we are also very interested in preventing unnecessary impervious surface. Impervious surface, of course, just allows water to immediately run off and overwhelm our stormwater infrastructure, as well as our streams and, of course, the Inner Harbor and ultimately the Chesapeake Bay. It also exacerbates heat island effect. And so for these reasons, we are very in favor of lifting requirements that make it more difficult to build the types of diverse housing units that the city needs. So thank you, and we urge a passage of this bill.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you to this panel for, I think, a diverse, robust kind of range of perspective on the benefits of this bill. I have a kind of a quick question and thought, and then I'll go to other committee members for questions for the sponsor and panel. I know that when I first, one of the things that first raised my awareness about the relationship between off-street parking and cost of living in general was when somebody said to me, you know, when a grocery store is forced to, or just does, basically build a parking lot that's intended to suit the volume of cars that come 2 days before Thanksgiving and probably not any other day of the year. Even the people who live directly across the street from that grocery store, and walk across the street with their like two-wheeled cart and take home 2 bags of groceries maybe twice a week. The people who walk there carry 2 bags across the street home, make an outing of walking across the street or 1 block down the street with their kids to go to the grocery store. Even those people who never, ever once in their life park a car in that parking lot, even more so the people who couldn't afford to own a car in the first place, even those people pay for the cost of that parking lot to exist and be maintained and pay taxes on when they pay for their groceries. The parking lot itself does not come for free. It's rolled into the cost of everything that we pay for to feed ourselves and our family. And that relationship of cost recovery really opened my eyes to the impacts of the real costs of parking. There is no such thing as free parking. There's no free lunch, right? And so I wonder, Mr. Sponsor, do you want to say anything about the actual costs to build, say, a parking space and what that looks like?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Chair. So we've done a good amount of work in trying to figure out what that cost actually ends up looking like. And because of the rapidly rising cost of construction materials and everything over the last 5-6 years, that number is pretty fluid. It also depends on if it's surface level, or if it's garage parking or underground, right? So there's a good amount of variation there. But probably looking at anywhere from $25,000 to $35,000 for a parking space in the city of Baltimore. So that's the price that, if you're an apartment building, that has to be passed on to the tenants, even though per census data, 30% of Baltimore households do not have a car and 40% only have 1 car, right? So the people who would be potentially be very interested in not having to pay that extra $160, $170 a month that it comes out to for rent, obviously don't have the option. I haven't looked at how that actually translates into grocery store parking. That's probably on the lower end side of it and what that does for groceries, but I think that same line of reasoning is spot on.
Yeah, and I think it's worth also noting that off-street parking comes essentially in 3 varieties: surface, above ground, and below ground. And the below ground is the most expensive to build. You got to go down, and you do that when you don't want to also have to increase the height of your building. And so if you don't want to increase the height of your building, you have to incur the highest level of cost per parking space. And then if you are going to build above, then you've got to sacrifice the rest of what you can use that building for in terms of height value. And then, of course, if you're building at the surface level, you're decreasing the amount of the actual footprint of your lot that you can build on, which further decreases the way you can recapture value. And that's, all of these things are kind of equally bad ways, I think, of kind of squandering money, squandering resources that I think, especially when, if you're taking up that footprint for the surface lot, I mean, that's also taking the place of like the other cafe that you want in your neighborhood, or the other service provider business that would be of value to people in the community, or whatever it is. Giving up that space takes it away, not just from like the one business that has to create the parking space for them, but the other business that could be there if they didn't need to do that in the first place. Thank you. So we've been joined by Councilman John Bullock from the 9th District. Good morning. I will go to other committee members. Any questions for the sponsor or for any of the panel here? Vice Chair Middleton.
Thank you. I'll probably need a little more time just to, because of the area that I represent, Northwest Baltimore, mostly, and mostly homeowners. Most of my area is pretty much single-family homes. African-American, middle-class, legacy homeowners. I'm keeping an open mind and listening to everything. I jotted down just, some key comments because I'm really trying to compare and figure out why this would help those kind of those areas and design of communities, because we are a city of many neighborhoods, many different style neighborhoods. I listened to your comparison of other cities. Baltimore is still very much older. Northwest Baltimore is just very unique, and they have their own individual different style neighborhoods within. Public transportation is a problem because we have a terrible public transportation system. So in those areas, cars are very important. We, had that federal mandate where we, have to accept in short terms group homes. That right away became a serious problem for me in many of the neighborhoods I represent. And then I'm also thinking, why do this citywide? Because of some of those things I just mentioned. And, these are legacy homeowners that have properties and the surroundings of just hardworking people. And it's just very difficult to see how this is going to affect those communities. And again, why citywide? Because a lot of what I've been hearing has been concentrated downtown or just kind of outside of the downtown area, and the areas I represent are still a little further away. So I'd just like you to comment on some of those key things that I mentioned. Very supportive of, a strong supporter of home ownership, even with new homeowners. We do have a shortage of renting, but how does that correlate with this bill?
Absolutely.
And the area I represent?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for giving me the opportunity to answer. I'll do my best to try to hit them, and then you can let me know what I missed. So I think a couple things, something that one of the panel members pointed out was that by removing the parking minimum mandate, the areas that are going to tend to see less parking being built when they're allowed to build less parking are going to be the areas that are closer to functioning transit or to workplaces and whatnot, right? So, and to your point, the districts in the city are very distinct. My district, Councilman Bullock's district, are a lot denser than yours or Councilman Gray's districts are, for the most part. And so one important thing is if you're living in an area that may be a little more on the suburban side there's a bunch of yards and everything's more spread out, which obviously is a housing type that a ton of people want, and it's good that we have that in the city. It's very, very likely that you're going to both have the space for off-street parking, but also there's going to be more, if someone's going to live there because there's less transit it's even more important to have the car access there. So first, there's the point of the areas where we would most likely see it being built, as what we've seen across the country is in the areas that it's more feasible to walk or to have transit options in the first place. To the point of, I think kind of your next question might be, well, why not just carve out the areas that we think make sense and leave it, in the other areas? One, I think it's, as you can imagine, both politically super tricky to figure out if you're trying to do a zoning code in certain places that change and not in other certain places, how that actually gets executed. Also, of course, in the history of the city, the uneven application of the zoning code tends to do things like concentrating poverty and segregating our most affluent neighborhoods, or making them more exclusive and whatnot. So I think that's a really important challenge in of itself. I will also say something that I had maybe failed to address in my initial comments, but I think I had spoken with you briefly about, as well as Councilman Porter, as I was kind of going around and speaking towards this. There is tons of opportunity for better, not just parking enforcement, which we've all talked a bunch about, but also parking management of our RPP areas, how that gets handled. As the council president's designee on the Parking Authority Board, that's something I've been advocating for. I actually met with Pete Little yesterday to talk through, hey, what are the things we can do so that if we see, so the areas that do have maybe more natural need for cars because they're more spread out, they're effectively prepared to have the options they need to make sure that there's not some dramatic change in the availability of on-street parking in their neighborhood, even as we're building more housing. That has to do with something I'm very interested in is capping the number of, say for a multifamily home, capping the number of parking spaces that they get for the address, as opposed to just four for the unit, things like that. We're actively looking through. And then lastly, the conversation about residential care facilities, which, as we've discussed, and I know is a big concern of Councilman Torrance's, Councilman Jones, probably council-wide, I think, the risk of concentrating addiction in the city and in certain neighborhoods of the city is bad. I fully agree on it. I think many of our healthcare providers, partners, have this very shared, similar concern. I don't think the right solution is to say, we're gonna make it harder to build housing in general to try to, preclude some of the residential care facilities. I know Councilman Torrance introduced the legislation last week to figure out how to license these buildings locally appropriately, which is something that even Behavioral Health Systems of Baltimore is very interested in and supportive of. There's also a question of zoning for residential care facilities, which are already in the zoning code, right, as their own category, separate from single-family homes or multifamily or whatever. And that's already done in Montgomery County. They have so something that similar to the bill that you and Councilwoman Ramos had introduced for the dollar stores, finding ways of, not exactly like it, I guess, being able to make sure that we have, reasonable guardrails within the zoning code for these properties is very important as well. What this would allow, not to get, because this is something I have put a lot of work into looking to, because I know multiple members are serious about, so I'm trying not to get too wonky with it, but a lot of the larger homes, particularly if they were unoccupied for a long period of time and whatnot, that are kind of at the biggest risk or likelihood of becoming RCFs, this allows other options for those properties as well. Right now, they're kind of the only player in the game, and so that's, if anything, I think that's, we're looking at it. The solution's not perfectly finalized yet. There's a couple different avenues for it, so I think that's where we're at right now on that one.
Thank you for your answer, and I'll let others go so we don't
Thank you.
take up the time.
Councilwoman Porter.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And Councilman, thank you so much for this very robust conversation. I know you and I have had very in-depth conversations about parking minimums, particularly for South Baltimore communities, even just the diversity within District 10. And so I appreciate your leadership on that. I want to talk through a few concerns that I have regarding the bill, and I've expressed these concerns to you before, but I just want to follow back up with them. My district has a large growing elderly population, and one of the major issues that I've been hearing back from my residents is, Felicia, if we don't have these parking minimums, and if we have development that's coming into the area, how will we get around? Because public transportation is so it's not as connected in South Baltimore. So how does this bill address that major issue? And not just for the elderly, but we're talking about disabled population as well that rely on a robust and connected transit system.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilwoman. And both for you and the Vice Chair, I really appreciate, I know this is a hard sell for a lot of neighborhoods. I fully appreciate that. And I appreciate the thorough conversations and sincere questions and giving me the opportunity to try to, make this make sense for your districts as well. So one, I think it's important to point off to begin with that your elderly population, many of them don't drive. They're one of our larger portions of residents that don't drive. This is something that the ARP has been supportive of this type of legislation nationwide because it creates the opportunities for housing that is both more affordable and generally not just because it's in smaller homes, but also in like the new senior building up in Park Heights that was just opened up had to get a variance of I think over 50%, right, to create that. So it creates more housing for seniors as a whole, right, and for disabled folks and whatnot. So that's a really important role here. I think specifically with if you have an ADA pass, right, and you're disabled, you can always get through the parking authority. You can get the reserved space in front of your house, and this bill does nothing to change that. So someone who, because they are limited mobility, need to be able to park very close to their house, that's already in place. It will continue to be in place, and I don't. That's a good program. It's something I've talked to Mr. Little of the Park Authority about. It seems robust and working fine. So I don't think there'll be an impact there.
Yeah, and so just to kind of disagree with that a little bit. So when you have communities like Lakeland, you have communities like Mount Winans, you have communities like Richley's Delight, where even Cherry Hill, where parking is an issue in the later hours, and those individuals are not able to get in front of their house. How are we addressing for that? So there are many seniors within my district that are still working, so they're coming, one of the great initiatives that I appreciate you doing is you going around in my district and seeing kind of where the parking was, but you went at 11 o'clock a.m. And so when you look at those that come back to their homes later in the day, even sometimes in the middle of the day, there are cones out, people can't get parking, even on their block. And so seniors and those that are disabled are traveling farther.
Yes, ma'am.
They're parking farther, and then they're not able to even get in the vicinity of their home.
Absolutely. And so I went out at 11 p.m.
Oh, p.m., okay.
Yes, ma'am. So I went out at 11 p.m. and I also went out at 6 p.m. to see two times that I expected in a residential area would be more, tighter parking. And so I also, as you know, I live in a neighborhood whose parking situation is, I think, more comparable to Ridgely Delights, but so I know that the nighttime hours are the toughest. And we're talking about seniors specifically, not disabled
we're talking
as well.
about, it's seniors, those that are disabled, and just congested parking in general.
So, and so just to maybe to clarify for everyone, the ADA parking access is right in front of the house and it gets reserved. So for someone in that situation, which is not most folks, but that's just to clarify on that one. So for, you mentioned Lakeland and Ridgely's, two different situations because Ridgely's has an RPP and Lakeland does not. And so on the, I do have I listed on here, and this is very much in draft mode, but I do have, having spoke to so many constituents and community associations and whatnot about the housing package as a whole and the parking situation specifically, the parking bill specifically, this is my idea of, hey, how can we move this forward and create the housing that we need, but still address these very real concerns, obviously the parking access being one of them. And so the point number 2 on that piece of paper is parking enforcement and management. This goes back to the conversation I was having with Mr. Little yesterday. And so if you have an RPP, which Ridgely's does, right? There are things we, I think, need to look at, as in lowering the cap on a multifamily home, right? Having not 4 parking passes per unit cap, right? But capping that at the residential address. So it's more straightforward in an RPP area. In an area that does not have an RPP, but is residential, obviously they could get an RPP district. If they decide for whatever reason to not go that route, it's neighborhood specific for the context. So I think kind of talking for Lakeland specifically, just by the nature, the only way you will end up with more cars is if you have more people and you would need to build more housing to have it, right? And in Lakeland, because it's R6, it's R6 zoned, and there's smaller lots and smaller homes on smaller lots. It's very similar to Heritage Crossing in my district.
That's correct.
And so what I anticipate in both those cases, we're actually going to see from the entire package, not a lot of impact just because of the types of homes, the types of lots, the type of parcels. So it's kind of like every neighborhood is going to be different in how that question gets answered. But I do think in Lakeland's specific case, I don't anticipate much of an impact.
Okay, and you actually kind of dovetailed into my second question. Each of these neighborhoods have very specific characteristics. Having this large, broad swath of eliminating parking minimums across the city, how are you going to account for those neighborhood-specific issues that are happening, such as congested parking, such as you have more elders and legacy residents in those neighborhoods versus District 11? How are you taking into account the neighborhood-specific aspect to this proposal?
And would just like to note that I do have, District 11 is also a very diverse set of neighborhoods too.
Yes.
But I know what you're getting. I was pointing out to reporters that my district is more than Federal Hill, which sometimes I think people forget about. It's for every, how would this work kind of
Yes, I'm really kind of
perfectly
getting
and
to the
quick in
implementation
every
of it.
single,
Yes.
I think at the end of the day, and just to be frank and trying to be honest about this, with the whole housing package, there does end up, there's a lot of things we can do to mitigate it, and I hope I've, given the impression that I'm very serious about helping with that, neighborhood specifically and citywide. But at the end of the day, it is a question of, are we going to mandate the off-street storage of cars at the expense of the opportunity to allow for more housing in the city and the, going back to the goals of the package as a whole. So
And one of the reasons why I bring that up, Mr. Chair, if I can ask one more question, please, sir. Okay. There are a lot of vacancies within city-run garages. How is there an opportunity for us to have some sort of partnership with developers along with those city-run garages that are, from the research that I've done, they're more than 40% vacant at any given time throughout the day. So is that an opportunity? Because what I don't want to happen, we don't have as robust a transit system. Our infrastructure, I can just think you and I share the Hanover Street Bridge, and we get a lot of emails about the Hanover Street Bridge.
It's my favorite comment.
Yeah, yeah. Even like the Baltimore Peninsula area where that West McComas area, like there are so many places throughout the city that are currently not being used efficiently. And so is there an opportunity for us to marry the issue of taking away parking minimums, but also providing some sort of partnership with these city garages that are not fully being used effectively?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'll, I think, briefly point out that the fact that so many of the parking garages are really underutilized, and because I'm a big nerd about this, I used to walk around parking garages and count, so I think your suspicion there is spot on. And that's a lot of times, if it's tied to an apartment building or whatever, that was because of, they had to build it because of the mandate, right? But to your point of, hey, can we marry these things up? Specifically for, something I'd be very interested to explore with the specific case of city-owned garages. I know because there was they were tied to the bonds for NIF, and so there's limits on how that can be used, but happy to explore it. I think they have some flexibility in the parking garages where they know they have consistent vacancy and whatnot, and I would love to help coordinate that. Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Other members? Bullock, Parker, Gray? Councilman Middleton, you had a comment about a bill relating to parking
as far
garages.
as garages, I just wanted to make the comment that I do have a bill that's coming in about city garages and all. Part of the problem is where those city garages are, it's a mix of city-owned, deceased-owned, and so on. So we're gonna have that detailed conversation about garages soon.
So just to clarify, so I know that the VP's bill is about like the one car garages typically on the back of people's alleys and whatnot.
Yes.
And I think you were talking about the parking garage, like the multi-story, yeah.
Oh,
so,
gotcha.
But I mean, certainly an interesting opportunity there that I hadn't thought about, and there would be more flexibility there than with the larger ones probably. So looking forward to having the conversation. Thank you, ladies.
All right, great. That concludes our opening panel and committee discussion here at this point. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Councilman, for presenting the bill here. We will go to public testimony. What's that? Oh, agency reports. Sorry, agency reports are next. Thanks, Tony. Look, I got good staff here, keeping me on track. Thank you. Is this in here? You keep yours. Great. So for our agency reports, thank you, Tyler, for coming and joining up here. Appreciate you waiting down that seat for us. Department of Housing and Community Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jason Wright, representing DHCD.
Oh, sorry. Our panelists can go and give these seats. They may be taken up by our city agency representatives. Thank you so much for joining us up front here. Appreciate it. Jason.
Once again, Jason Wright, representing DHCD. We respectfully stand behind our favorable bill report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. The Mayor's Office of Small and Minority Business Advocacy and Development.
Tyler Chanel, Mr. Chair, Deputy Director of the Mayor's Office of Government Relations. SM stands behind that bill report.
Thank you. Baltimore Development Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Tom Welly on behalf of BDC. We stand by our favorable report, and I'd just like to add a comment. Within our bill report, we actually cited a real-world example of these parking restrictions having a deleterious effect on development. While we were writing it, there was an article in The Sun about MCB Real Estate's Reservoir Square development on West North Avenue and Park Avenue, where they had planned a mixed-use development there with ground floor retail, and the retail portion of that project has now been removed in large part due to the cost of constructing off-street parking on that site, which was triggered by where it was located and the density of the project. So were it not for these restrictions, those those neighborhood amenities would still be part of that project. And I think this is a good way to sort of get to get that hurdle out of the way in terms of a more comprehensive development environment throughout the city. Thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate you noting that. I mean, it's of significant importance that there be a mix of both the places where people want to live or need to live, and also the things that make it a neighborhood they really want to live in, all kind of in the same place. And it's really challenging when we have created our own prohibitions on making those two things possible. Planning Commission.
Good morning, Mr. President and members of the committee. Eric Tisa for the Planning Commission. We recommend favorable.
Great, thank you. Parking Authority. We have a report from you.
Good morning, Fran Brzezinski with the Parking Authority. We have a favorable recommendation, and I'm available for questions or to provide reasoning. Thank you.
The Parking Authority has submitted a favorable report.
Correct.
And committee members, this was distributed as a separate sheet. It was not stapled in the packet this morning. Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Luciano Diaz for the Department of Transportation. We stand by our favorable bill report. And if I may add, we heard a lot of comments about the quality of our public transit system. One of the things we find as the agency is the lack of density in Baltimore City contributes to the quality of the transit system. There isn't enough ridership to support some necessary improvements, and by removing parking minimums, something that we expect is additional density that will then support an improved transit system.
Thank you, Luciano. Department of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pedro Ponte, Assistant Budget Director. We stand by the report. We defer our position to the Parking Authority.
Great. Defer your position to the Parking Authority. In favor. Great, thank you. And the Department of Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Toth on behalf of the City Solicitor, and we approve the bill for form and legal sufficiency.
Great. Were there any technical amendments or anything like that? I don't recall anything.
I noted on page 4, I believe, in renumbered 16202, the entire section refers to both bicycle parking and loading parking, except for B2, which only refers, I believe, to loading parking.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Committee members, do we have any questions for our agency representatives or about their reports? Yeah, Mr. President.
Thank you. Very much looking forward to getting a public testimony. So I'm going to be quick, and this will actually be for the bill sponsor. Want to just acknowledge and appreciate the concerns raised by both the Vice President and Councilmember Porter about our city's challenges with public transportation, and to acknowledge that we have the MTA Roadshow coming up very soon, and we have in the past year done an excellent job advocating for more investment with the mayor's team, with our delegation. It is a real area of growth for our city, but appreciated your DOT's report on how if we want to have more density and make more investment in public transportation, there are challenges with also investing in parking. But I do sincerely appreciate the concern, as I've heard it a lot in neighborhoods. My quick question for the bill sponsor is, and you did this already in your initial presentation, but I want you to just share again what this bill does and what it does not do, because I think that when folks hear about parking going away, and we know it is really important in many of our communities, and again, to the points made, every neighborhood in Baltimore is really different. I was hoping that you could just share what this bill does, what it doesn't do, and sort of the scope of impact that we're gonna see, because I think there's a lot of conversation in the public. I just wanna make sure we are staying grounded in this actual bill and its actual impact.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. President. So the analogy I used in my speech was the bites of the apple, right? The apple being minimum parking requirements. So the exemptions that we already have in place today, meaning that this bill has no impact, they already exist. If you are going to build a single family home in Baltimore City, you're already exempt from requiring off-street parking. If you're gonna build a 2-unit or a 3-unit building, you are already exempt from requiring off-street parking. 20 units or more of residential, because of the inclusionary housing requirement, the 10% affordable requirement, which the council passed last term, and I think is excellent. Because of that requirement, you then become exempt. So of requiring any off-street parking. So a 100-unit apartment building, a 200-unit apartment building, whatever, there's no, because of that inclusionary housing requirement, they're already exempt from their minimum parking requirement. There's no minimum parking there. When you get into your residential, what is actually going to be exempt and is not already exempt is 4 units to 19 units. So very important. From Healthcare for the Homeless talked about infill development and whatnot and certain opportunities, but obviously it's not a super common type of housing stock. So on the commercial side, C1, so your Main Street commercial districts, basically if you have a Main Street in your neighborhood, it's most likely all or almost all C1. So that is already exempt and has been for a long time, 15, 20 years or something. C5, the biggest commercial, is already exempt. And then C2, which is the next step up from neighborhood, from your main streets, if you have 3,000 square feet or less, that's already exempt. So you're looking at your bigger C2 properties, as well as C3 and C4 would also be, would gain the exemption, which they do not currently already have. And then lastly, the office residential zones and industrial zones do have, they're less common zones for most residential areas. You don't see a lot of it, but they do have, they have requirements that would be exempted. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Just want to make sure very clear on exactly what already is exempted, what is not, and what this bill would do. So appreciate that explanation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. We have a couple other committee questions. I'll just also note, in the bill package here, it notes some of what's in the bill packet that we have for the bill. It notes some of the numbers that are used to quantify or determine how many spaces are necessary on a given property. It reminds me, you know, the kind of the leading policy expert on this passed earlier this year, a guy named Donald Shoup, who was at UCLA, wrote a book called The High Cost of Free Parking. And there's this really wonderful brief quote from him. Precision implies certainty, right? There's no science behind these numbers. They're just all kind of made up. And you heard Will Holman from we heard Will Holman from OpenWorks talk about how there's this number that's put on the kind of property that they have there that would have required them to have 300 parking spaces for OpenWorks when there are never 300 people at OpenWorks, but it's just some formula that is kind of irrelevant to how the property actually gets used on a day-to-day basis that, you know, was just the result of somebody's just like kind of best laid plans. And then we also heard just now about MCB, and that's a really interesting thing because I assume that's a C2 property. It's a C2 property, and C2 uses up to a certain amount of square footage are already exempt. And so we say, if you got a C2 property that is going to be an opportunity to bring a business to your neighborhood, that's great. And if there are 30 independent owners side by side, and each one of them wants to bring a business of that size, then all the better. We have 30 new businesses coming to our neighborhood, and each one of them is individually exempted. But if you're one owner of 30 business space properties, then we say that you can't bring those 30 new businesses to our neighborhood. If you were separate owners, bringing those businesses each independently, we'd love to have you. But since it's one person trying to make the scale development happen so that all of these businesses can come and be leased out or however it works, it's a deal breaker. And it's just nonsensical that we exempt it in one way but not the other. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I'd like to add that that development is going to be anchored by a streets market, which is going to be great, obviously, for the neighborhood, but the parking requirements for the broader development itself were like dramatically increased just because of some of this ground floor retail, which, you know, really would not require parking. It would be a very hyper-local amenity like dry cleaning or a juice bar, cafe, something like that, which wouldn't necessarily require the type of additional parking that you would see from a larger retailer. So I think that that's, you know, a pretty good point. And your earlier point about the arbitrary nature of these requirements starting out with, while we were looking through the parking requirements, there are certain things with absolutely, I think your quote about precision requires certainty, not a lot of certainty here.
It implies certainty. The
Right.
code looks like it has some sort of precision to it, but it's just like all smoke and mirrors.
So we were looking at some of the requirements. The parking requirement determination for a golf course is by hole. The parking requirement for any type of, like, there's something in there about horse training facilities, and that is per stable. So it's, there isn't a lot of certainty, implied or otherwise, in the way that current parking requirements are drawn up.
Thank you. Porter?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure, I'm looking in the synopsis factors, I'm not sure who this question would be for, but a line in here is really giving me pause. It says that in residential area, well, this change would be substantial shift in the zoning code, removing the minimums and enforcing the maximums will reduce the cost of construction and development, but in residential areas, it may also lead to increased competition for street parking. And the reason why I'm bringing that up, because we have this very real example on the maximum spaces allowed. For example, 1800 block, and Zach, you know this area, 1800 block of South Hanover Street. It's a truck shop over there where they are, from this particular maximum, allowed two truck size spaces per 5,000 square feet, or if it's a truck repair shop, 4 truck-sized parking spaces per service bay. What ends up happening is that those, and this is a very real example, they are parking in alleyways and neighborhoods. And so that's why I'm a little bit concerned with these already congested areas with the lack of enforcement, that something like this would bring more congestion and lack of enforcement. So can you just kind of go through that workflow with me? Because I think that when we're talking about for the public's consumption and the public's knowledge, those are very real occurrences that are currently happening now that with institution of this bill would make it even worse for residential areas based on what's presented in this bill synopsis.
Yeah, absolutely, Councilwoman. So to clarify, the parking maximums are already, they're already in place. I apologize, maybe I misunderstood.
No, you're good. I understand that. What I'm saying is that it's going, basically, for just in plain language, it's going to get worse. So can you explain that workflow with how we would marry enforcement with the...
Oh.
Yeah.
I got you, now I understand, yep. So talking on the enforcement piece, I think the biggest thing that needs to happen and is in the process of happening, DOT is moving towards the virtual license plate readers. And the problem right now is that there's several problems with what's allowed on the state level. The big one is that the traffic enforcement officer has to get out of their car, go and write the ticket and put the ticket on the windshield. That is a state requirement. So to be able to get the state enabling legislation and the city legislation so that they can drive down the street and then it gets mailed to you, right, and we're able to enforce it that way, we're gonna see substantially more enforcement, better enforcement for the people who are parking illegally in our neighborhoods that will really meaningfully lead to better enforcement.
No, I appreciate that answer, and this question is for DOT. In the previous budget, did we approve increased TEO officers within the DOT budget, and by how much?
So I'd have to get back to you. I don't have the exact numbers of the budget in my head, but we do know that we need additional TEOs. We are hoping that as a result of getting license plate readers operational, and with all of the capabilities that we've been working with the Transportation Committee to try and achieve, we'll be able to get more efficiency out of each TEO, and we'll effectively, be able to get the workload of multiple TEOs out of every license plate reader user.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. I want to note, this committee has also made a significant effort at pushing DOT, investigating DOT, holding DOT accountable to improve parking enforcement operations writ large. And I am very confident in the progress that is being made at DOT to really transform how parking enforcement works from start to finish, to produce far more efficient results and outcomes than what we've ever seen. And we also did see a substantial increase in the number of hired TEOs, a substantial reduction in the vacancies that did exist. So we are at a very good staffing level there. So I just want to put a pin in that.
And Mr. Chair, I do appreciate that, and I applaud your work for what you're doing with the Department of Transportation. My only concern is that the current capacity of TEOs is not even at the level where we need it to be for maximum even efficient enforcement within our residential neighborhood. So I definitely applaud the work that you're doing. What I'm saying is that the capacity that we're at now, I wonder if that is even, I'm curious if that is even the capacity that we need in order for maximum enforcement in some of these neighborhoods.
I think there's no doubt, and I don't want to end this sidebar about parking enforcement, but I just do think that there's no question there needs to be more and better parking enforcement, and right now we have more and better parking enforcement, and still it's going to get better and is going to be more. Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Blanchard, for bringing this before us. I took note, I know a lot of the conversation, both in the community and I think among our colleagues, has been about the impact of changes like these on new construction, right? Especially because a lot of existing construction, like renovation of, say, an existing empty commercial building into a 15-unit residential building, is already exempt from the parking requirements, which is a lot of what happens around the city because we have so much empty property and a lot of the, there's a healthy chunk of renovation rather than new construction. I did take notes of one of the panelists mentioned a little bit looking, and I think you as well, Mr. Blanchard, looking to the future about kind of, okay, in cities where this has happened, over time, this has been kind of the impact on the number of new parking spaces created by new construction. But I think one of the panelists also alluded to the reality that this also does change the parking minimums for existing C2 zonings or residential zonings between 4 and 19 units. And so conceivably, they could reuse either their existing surface parking that they were required to have or internal off-street parking in some sort of parking structure. They could repurpose that to other uses now that they are no longer required to use them and maintain them for this. And so I'm curious, in other cities, how much of that activity have we seen? What's, because as I've imagined the landscape of the city overall or the first district, I've been thinking about empty land where new stuff might get built. And so I also now want to think about existing C2, C3, C4, and residentially zoned in this in these multifamily lots, and just ponder what the impact there might be too. So, what do we know about what we've seen in other cities for existing structures when the parking has been taken, parking minimums have been removed?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Councilman. So you're saying, like, let's say an apartment building that has 100 units and 100 parking spaces, and they like never use half of them, and so they'd like to do something with those other spaces. Is that like what you're thinking about?
Yeah, exactly. Or a C2 building that currently has a back parking lot with 20 spaces based on current parking minimums, and now would be free to repurpose those, build an additional building or something else. Like, have we seen that kind of activity in other cities, or what do we anticipate that change? Because again, I've been so focused on new construction, and I'm just curious.
Yeah. That's a really interesting question. It's not one that I've looked into. I think I can think of multiple examples where that would be a good use and a better use. I don't know. And I think this is loud, the chair stepped out. I don't know if Mr. Harriges from the Parking Reform Network is still on the call and may be able to answer that.
Yes, I am here. I had to finally unmute.
Mr. Harriges.
Yeah, if you could state the question again, please.
Yeah, so, Councilman, if you want to.
Yes, Mr. Harriges, to the extent that you're able or comfortable to share, in other cities where these kinds of parking minimums have been removed, I'd say mostly here I've been thinking about, but I think others in the room too have been thinking about new construction and the impacts on existing communities of new construction minus these parking minimums. But one of the other panelists pointed out that the parking minimums would also be removed from existing buildings. And so current C2 buildings with a back parking lot or current residentially zoned multifamily buildings with a parking structure could conceivably now move to reuse that land or reuse that internal space for non-parking uses. How much have we seen that happen in other cities? Where have we seen parking being clawed back to use for other purposes, whether surface parking or structured parking?
I don't know that there is really robust data on that specific question. These reforms are fairly new, and a lot of the studies, the ones I referenced in my testimony earlier, have been of new development, looking at building permits. I think anecdotally, we see these reforms enabling a lot of small-scale adaptive reuse projects, and we see things, where you have clearly underutilized parking, often in a more suburban context, where you've got a shopping center with a large surface parking lot, and it makes it possible to carve out some of that parking lot to do some out parcel development. You see that kind of thing happening anecdotally, which is a much smaller lift than the scenario where an existing large structure has a large, attached or adjoining garage and fully redevelops that garage as something else. I'm not aware of like I couldn't point you to examples of that sort of project specifically happening in the wake of these reforms, which doesn't mean it hasn't happened. The biggest thing I would emphasize is that all of the change you're actually going to see in land use on the ground is going to be gradual and iterative over time, because it's going to be the result of a lot of individual property owners' decisions. You're not going to unleash a wave of massive redevelopment of existing parking, within 1, 2, 3 years. I don't know if that answers your question. There's not a lot of robust data on the specific thing that you were asking me about.
Councilman, thank you. I'll add in here that even if it hasn't already happened, I think there is a development industry awareness that it's something that could happen, and that things like parking minimum mandates have arbitrarily required the development of and the cost incurrence of parking garages, especially above ground structured parking garages, that the developers have known were not going to be utilized, that they knew from the outset it was an excess, and that to carry that cost, that certain steps could be taken to not have to carry that cost indefinitely, that there was a possibility that things could change over time, that laws like this could change. And so the way that some parking garages have been built in recent years is different by design than the way other parking garages have been traditionally built, with sloped floors. Instead, building with predominantly flat floors and limiting the surface area in the garage that is sloped in anticipation of the future creation or conversion of garages into either offices or housing down the line when it's no longer required and proves to be unnecessary that these garages exist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Blanchard, and our friend Daniel joining us online. Appreciate it.
Great. Anything else from the committee here before we go to public testimony? I think now's a good time for me to plug again that in the chat there is a link for anybody who is online and wishes to testify virtually. We ask that you please fill out the form that is accessible at the link that is in the chat, and that we will come to testimony online after we go through our testimony in person here. And I will just go, let me take one moment to review here. I had considered trying to split this up into groups of kind of, let's hear some for, some against, but I think I'll actually just kind of go in the order that everybody has signed up here. So we will start with Doug Armstrong. We're going to give folks 2 minutes each as they come up to the podium here. Do we have? Doug Armstrong. All right, then, and if you didn't check the box for actually wanting to testify, I mean, we do have on the sheet here, it asks, are you here for, are you here against, are you a registered lobbyist? But it also has a box specifically for if you're wanting to actually testify. So I'm only gonna call the names of the folks who signed the sheets at the entrance. We have one that is still fairly empty, and we've got a couple to get through. So we're gonna put one back there in case anybody failed to sign up on their way in and wanted to testify. We're gonna get that back to the back of the room, and you can go and sign up now. All right, great. Well, I'll come to those folks after we go to the rest. Okay. Marita Goodman. Okay, we'll come back. Jed Weeks.
Morning, Jed Weeks, Executive Director of Bikemore, lobbyist for Bikemore in Action. I think you all have our written testimony, so I don't really want to go through all of the reasons why this is a good idea. I think you've heard from a lot of experts on the panel as well. I just wanted to give a little anecdote that I walked through the parking garage across the street from my house last night at about 1 a.m. It's the Remington Row Garage. You'll probably hear from some of my neighbors about how it's hard to park in Remington, even though there's parking right next to my house every single evening. But I walked through that garage. It's 260 spaces, middle of the night. It's primarily a residential building. 111 spaces were empty. That's millions and millions of dollars in construction costs that went into the rent that those residents in that building are paying. It's millions of dollars that they had to cut from potential other ideas on the building. For example, when they originally presented the building, they wanted to do a green roof to really improve stormwater runoff and to remove stormwater runoff and to kind of reduce the heat island in the neighborhood. And they had to cut that from the project to expand this concrete construction of structured parking. And I've heard this from property owner after property owner building throughout the city, that they are building more parking than they need to build, and it's sitting empty, and those costs are just going into either cutting the quality of the construction. And so when people complain that every building looks the same when we're building new residential units, that's often because they have to pick the cheapest cladding, the cheapest designs. They have to, shave every single cost they can. Because they need to build this really expensive structured parking. And so it's just, we can get better quality building, we can get more affordable housing, and all we have to do is just stop overbuilding something that's literally not being used. So anyway, just a small anecdote. I would also just note that meetings like this, oftentimes working families cannot attend things like this, right? And that is why we have hundreds of people at Bikemore that literally donate so that I can stand here and provide testimony on their behalf. And I think you'll see, in the bill file that there are hundreds and hundreds of people that wrote in support of this. And I just want to, keep that in mind, because often in the room you hear a lot of opposition in the moment, but there's hundreds and hundreds more people that are in support of this that are writing in and asking you to vote in favor of it. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go back to Ms. Marita Goodman.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
For those who don't know me, my name is Marita Goodman. I am a lifelong resident of Baltimore City. I live in the illustrious District 6 with my councilwoman, Ms. Middleton. And I also represent, I have a couple of hats. I'm a president of Garment Oaks United Neighbors. I also represent 11 healthy neighborhood, middle neighborhoods in Northwest Baltimore. And many of them could not get here, but I wanted just to come down and to express. And so I say good morning to you all and to my other councilmen council people that I work for, Councilman Gray, Schleifer, and Torrance. I've sent you letters, so I won't read all of that. I sent letters under Garment Oaks United Neighbors. I also sent letters under Go Northwest Housing Resource Center. And so I just wanted to pull out a few things that for testimony today. Major questions that I think we should consider for this particular bill. Why this bill and now? Whom does this bill benefit? How do these measures continue to improve quality of life and well-being for the residents and neighborhoods affected by this? And that seems to be one of the things we have not heard. We've heard a lot of testimony about how this benefits developers, how this benefits potential people moving into the city. How about the people who live here, who made the choice to stay in Baltimore when people thought Baltimore was the wire? People who are living here now and who the city calls on every day to support whatever the city does. How does this bill enhance and increase home ownership, especially Black home ownership in Baltimore, which was a major goal for this administration? After the mayor, one of the first things he said he wanted to do was increase home ownership. I know from which I speak because part of my job is to work with home buyers. We work with home buyers every day, not as a realtor, not as a lender. We don't get commission for this, and we know what people are looking for. And one of the few things that they talk about when they come to live Baltimore, one of the reasons they chose Northwest is because of the amenities of the land around the properties, the open green spaces, the fact that we have off-street parking. You should see people's faces light up when I say, "Oh, we have off-street parking." Oh, great.
Thank you, Ms.
Sir?
Can you wrap it up?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know he only had.
Oh, yeah, I'm
it's
sorry,
taken
you
so
had
long
stepped
for
out of the
everybody
room when we
else.
began the public testimony. Everybody gets 2 minutes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, let me just say this, then. I just feel that the bills under consider, I'll just move to the last part of this then. I feel that it was stated in the bill, in the Sun paper, that these bills were an attempt to address structural racism of the past. Since the majority of the residents that are being affected in our communities who own homes are African American, and choose these areas, that really isn't an excuse. It's misinformed and at best and insulting at worst. Instead, that we hear from our residents that their desire is to protect, preserve, and promote the very qualities of and the living experience, the ample green space, the off-street parking, and single-family homes. I'm sorry, I did not realize I only had 2 minutes, so I'll just say that the city constantly asks us to support the city, and it's now time for our city representatives to do the same for us. We ask that City Council listen and support the residents of the city and oppose this bill. I urge the City Council to prioritize our voices of the people who currently live here, invest,
Thank you,
and
Ms.
impacted here.
Thank you, Ms. Goodman.
Okay. Can I send you my testimony?
I think that you already sent it from Garland Oaks.
No, that was the letters. This is the testimony that I.
If you'd like, you can send it to the committee, or you can provide it here to our committee staff person. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
We do have another bill hearing that we need to be able to get to, so I am going to hold everybody to 2 minutes. I afforded Ms. Goodman some leeway here. She had stepped out of the room when we began the public testimony, but I am going to hold everybody here to 2 minutes and ask you to wrap it up when it comes to time. Luke Ziegler.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, hi, I'm Luke Ziegler. I'm here representing Bald Pop, which is an urbanist advocacy organization. And we want to express our support for this bill. I'm a city resident. And I also don't own a